Go ahead and get started. I'm going to ask our elder, Harvey Eagle, to start us off with a prayer.
I'd like to say, good afternoon, friends. Just want to let you know that I've been reading your brochures, your handouts, and I found them all interesting and fruitful. And I do a lot of studying and reading by myself. I study about the different prophets, creator of the past, and I kind of related them to your brochures with the good ideas that come out. You have that you can, how you can support all your community, each and every one of the delegates. Your ideas are very, very good, I have to say. And I've also taken into consideration some of the delegates from the last forum. I remember what they talked about, and to me it's good stuff. So thank you to all the delegates, and with your ideas that you have on your brochures, you can build a good community. Stick to your plans, stick to the plans, and we can do some great things on Pasqua. I have battles of my own that I'm working on too, but I won't go into them now. But anyway, we can, Pasqua here can become famous because I can see the potential in our people, that we have some good ideas, good plans, good people, good ideas, good thoughts, and put them all into their respective way of thinking. And this is what counts, because if we don't concentrate on our young kids, like what I read in the brochures, if we don't concentrate on them, they're going to be our next leaders, and if we don't know anything, we're going to have a messed up community, as things are beginning to look at our young people now. So I hope that we all try to do our best for our young people, because it's important that they too must have a good life, and we can transform their lives into a positive way by the way we do things. And we have to learn how to respect them, because they're little people too, and they have to be respected. And we have to show them that we do care for them, and we love these young people. So we just got to keep that in mind. Okay. You can stand if you want now. I know many of you didn't understand what I prayed for. I mentioned pray to the Creator that because He's the boss of everything, He controls all people. And to put things right for our people. To pray to the spirits that come and guide us, that come and give us knowledge in our vision, in our sleep, in our dreams. They come and try to tell us what to do and warn us about dangers in the future. And I also prayed for the great chiefs of the past, the hereditary chiefs, who themselves too, many that were thrown into prison, went through hardships for no reason. And they went through a terrible, hard time. So I asked them to be here with us today too, to give you people some knowledge and then bring with them their care and their love for you people. So this is how I pray today for all you people.
Okay, thank you very much, Elder Harvey. Okay, what I'll do is I'll kind of go over a little bit of the format today. One of the things we're going to have today is a video, so we're going to be able to video this. I know in the last one we did in Regina, we had live streaming, and we had over 550 people who had viewed the video at one time or another or tuned in and watched it live. So there are our band members and our family members and our community are watching what we're saying as candidates, so that's always good to hear. We're engaging our band members, whether they reside on a reserve or off. Today we're going to be here this afternoon. My name is Richard Missens. I'm from the reserve. I live on the far western front. I guard the western frontier of the reserve for marauding Indian agents and unscrupulous oil companies, so you can sleep good knowing that the West is looked after. It's an honor to be here. I want to thank the council and the organizing committee for inviting me to help moderate today. Before I get into sort of some of the procedures and the way that we're going to go, I have a couple of announcements just to make. One is we've got a couple of candidates who send their regrets. Edmund Jordan, sick today, but he did say that he's going to update his post on the PFN Facebook. So look for his post there. And the other is Cecile Asham. She's got a wobbled leg today, so it's hard for her to get around. She's going to stay home and look after that. But leaves her contact information if you needed to contact her with any questions or comments. So as those two names get drawn, we'll just set them aside. So how to work, we've got 22 candidates vying for a council position. By the way, I'd like to congratulate Chief Todd Keegan for his acclamation. So congratulations, Chief. So the forum today, I'll actually get Chief Keegan to speak, but I'm going to ask him to speak at the very end. So the forum today will be for the 22 candidates going to be running, minus the two that have sent regrets. And how we'll do it is, we've got all of the names in this bucket here, we'll call it a bucket. And I'm going to draw them out at random. You have the option of coming up and speaking for 10 minutes if you'd like. And when you get here, you'll get 10 minutes. I'll sit here and I'll time you and I'll kind of show you when your time's up. And then what we'll do is we'll turn it to the floor for any questions or any Q&A that the band members might have. And what I'll do with the questions is I'll ask you to be concise with your questions. So just get to the question, right? So don't go on and on and on about all kinds of stuff. I'll cut you off and I'll say, what's your question, right? So we'll get to the question, because the time is for the candidates to give them a chance. You may set up a question, that's fine. And I'm going to ask you to stick to two things. One is something that the candidate may have put forward in their platform. You may want to ask for clarity, ask for a question to expand on it, or better understanding of something that the candidate's put forward as part of his or her platform. Or maybe there's an issue, and maybe there's an issue that they haven't touched on. What about education? What about post-secondary? What about, there may be an issue you'd like them to respond on that they may not have touched on. I'll try and limit your questions. We want to give everybody enough time to be heard. I ask that you be respectful of your questions, and we'll give the candidate time to respond. So we'll try and keep it to about 10 minutes in Q&A. So we'll ask to be concise, punchy, and brief. If you didn't have any questions, that's fine. If the candidate puts forward a platform, and then we'll just keep moving on throughout. If we have a candidate's name that's drawn from the bucket, who isn't here, what I'll do is I'll set them on the side. I'll set them off to the side. They may come a little bit later, and I'll go through the list a second time for those who didn't get an opportunity to speak. And at the end of that, I'll ask the chief to come in and make some remarks, and we'll finish for the day. So as you come up, you can come to the podium here. I'll give you the mic. And your 10 minutes will start as soon as you take that breath and calm the nerves and say, okay, I'm ready. That's when it starts. I really enjoy, maybe this is moderators comes, I really enjoy the comments and the platforms the candidates put forward when we're at the Regina session. I was very proud at the vision that candidates brought forward. Very excited. I think we've got a lot of really good leaders who are really looking to have a vision for this place and come and contribute to our community's well-being, growth, and development. So I was really impressed with what all the candidates had to say. I do know it's a little difficult sometimes to kind of come up here and wrestle through your 10 minutes. You don't have to stay up here for 10 minutes. If you come up here and say, bang, 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 2 minutes, I'm done, that's fine. That's good. You laid it out. So you don't have to come up here and sweat for 10 minutes and think of things to say. Just hit the highlights of your platform, things that you would like to impress upon your fellow band members and fellow candidates, and then we'll go from there. Okay, without further ado then, I'm going to mix these up. So first name. The first name's always the best place to be. We get it over and done with. Sweat it out first, break the ice. You get the idea, right? Okay. Burton's here. Okay, one here. Next name. Delbert Jacques.
He's working till 4 and then he's coming on after that.
Okay, so he makes it out, we'll come back to his name. I'll just set it aside. Next name, Lindsey Canapinis.
Okay, last time when I was in the city, I was real nervous, but coming here now, coming here the second time, it feels a bit easier. As I said before, many more to come. I'll just stand in front of people and speak. I'd like to start off by saying hello to everybody that came out and that is here. My name is Lindsey Canapinis. I am the son of Raymond and late Donnie Canapinis. I'm grandchild of Rosalie and George Canapinis. I'd like to start off by telling you a little bit about myself. I graduated in 2008 And I've been working ever since I was 13. And my first job was Gangnam Trusts. I worked there 8 years and going to school at the same time. As well as that, still kind of nervous, still, even though it's the second time. If I can dance power in front of hundreds of people, I'm pretty sure I can say a speech. It's difficult. Yeah, I worked there for 8 years at Gangnam. After that, I worked on a reserve here on this new town site over there. I worked with several people on those houses. It was pretty fun. I even operated heavy equipment out here while when I lived on the reserve here. But I'm glad I'm first. So go sit down and shake it off after. One of the things I really like doing is working on vehicles. I've been working on vehicles since I was young, fixing stuff. It's really nice doing that. To feel a sense of reward after you get that vehicle going, fixing stuff. My partner's name is Emily Foreman, just from Collectors First Nation. I have 2 sons, Shannon and Donnie is my oldest. And my youngest is Liam Canapinis, just real nice, better than me. And we're both drug and alcohol free. We really into our traditional ways. We go to sweat lodges, ceremonies, giveaways, all that. Get right into it. I really like that. It makes me feel humble. I would like to thank my nominator and my secondary, Richard and Raymond Canapinis. They talked to me about putting my name forward, and I was like, yeah, I'll do that. And they said, you seem like you're a good leader for the younger generation, a good role model, because you're alcohol and drug free. I'm mixing this up all over the place, but no one. The reason, and I was told from elders, that once you get in for chief or council, that community, that reservation are like your children. You have to take care of them as your children in the best way you can. Treat them all equally, because you don't want to treat one not differently. Because that's how you raise your children. And I cannot promise anything, but I can work hard in trying to help all band members in the community as well. I would like to see more sports for the younger generations. Indoor hockey rink, if that's possible. There's joint adventures and all that. I've been talking to certain people to go and do that. Like volleyball, soccer, all that for the children. And the elders, I don't know, the few elders I talked to were just bingos, I want more bingos. So I try to do that. If we have to fundraise for stuff, we'll get together as a community, invest, and stuff for bingos for the elders, play bingo, we keep them busy. For me, I'm kind of getting more confident as I'm coming up here and speaking. I can feel it now. I want to be that role model to the younger generations, because after the ones that are leading now that have so much experience, after they're gone, we're gonna have to be stepping up to the plate. I want to be that first person to show everybody that my generation and the younger generation underneath me, that we can do this as a community. But yeah, that's one of those reasons, because we all have to step up eventually and start leading towards the good. keep on carrying on what the older generations, older council, she have been leading for us to teach us. We jump in there, just get the experience as a leadership, so we're not lost and get to it. I respect all religions. I'm here for all children, ages, elders. It's time for our generation to step up, lead, learn, and teach. I'm honest, I'm respectful, I'm trustworthy, I'm motivated. I just think about this all weekend. Hopefully I nail it, hopefully I get it right. I'm outspoken and I'm a real good listener. I listen to what the elders have to say, I listen to the young ones have to say. And anybody else, I'm willing to listen. Pretty good listener. And I recently was working at Chinook Pipeline for the last 2 years. Just got laid off, like after the meeting, short couple days after the meeting, and we get together in Regina. Just got laid off from there. So now I have all the time that I go around visiting now. And so with that, I would like to thank you all for listening to me, and good luck to all the candidates on March 2nd, 2015. Vote for Lindsey Canapinis.
Very good. Between right in his 10-minute mark. Larry, can you hear in the back okay? I'll ask people to maybe just remind you to speak up just a little bit so we can hear to the back. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, finished. You don't have to sweat no more. You got it done. First one. Yeah, good job. Next one, the candidate, Vincent Ironneedle.
Hi, good afternoon. Is that too loud? I'd like to thank everybody for coming out and my dad for saying the opening prayer. My English name is Vincent Ironneedle. My Indian name is Keegan, is sitting with the Thunderbirds. I just have a check here for me. A lot of the things I grew up with is my culture, and a lot of it I try to practice as much as possible. I do my daily things at home. My main objective is, as a candidate for council, is to have an open doorway of communication, whether it's a one-on-one or if it's a band meeting. I will not back away from anything. I will answer you as much as I can and be honest as possible with my answers, and hopefully we both come out with better ideas. I promise you I'll work hard, and the other promise I will make is that there will be home visits so that we can do a one-on-one conversation and basically have an open door to a lot of the subjects that you or myself want to talk about, or if we can deal with them in one way or another. But I will bring your concerns and everything to a CNC meeting. I must represent you in the best possible manner and put my best foot forward. you will get my support in whatever endeavors that you may or may not want to do, but you will get my support. And on March 2nd, I hope I can get your support to work with you and find better ways of opening the doors to other venues that can be done on the reserve. And hopefully to bring new projects to the reserve to better our band members and to better ourselves one way or the other. And hopefully as you, the band members, that we build these together rather than one person doing it alone, but support the idea that I may bring forward to your table, and then I can bring forward to the chief and council table. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your years, and good luck to all the other candidates, and congratulations to the chief for his acclamation. Thank you.
Okay, I have to apologize to Lindsey. I forgot we're supposed to have some questions and answers right after, so I'll come back to you in just a minute, Lindsey. Is there any questions for Vincent at this time? Comments?
The other thing I forgot to let you guys know that I was out campaigning, and if I didn't get to your house, I won't get to your house to come and share the new ideas with you, but I will be making visits to your house. If I haven't gotten to it already, I will be getting to it pretty soon.
Okay, just make sure you don't wear a white shirt and tie. We'll think you're one of those elders from Mormons. You don't want to come to the door. Any questions for Vincent? Okay, thank you very much. Well done. I have to apologize for this again. Maybe you can just come up for a sec. Thank you again for your opening comments and your opening. Any questions for Lindsey on his platform or issues? Okay, thank you. I see none. I apologize for that. I'm sorry. Okay, so what I'll do is, as people are coming up, I have a little timer going. I'll reach up and put it in front of you if need be when it gets to the 2-minute mark. So it tells you got 2 minutes left. And I was also informed by the kitchen we're going to be feeding people in about 45 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll get in as many as we can. We'll take a short break, grab some food, and then we'll come back at it. Okay, the next name, Fabian Iron Eagle.
Good afternoon. Of course, first of all, I'd like to thank the elder for the opening prayer, for all of the candidates for bringing the food that we're going to be sharing later on, and for Richard for moderating the forum this afternoon. I also want to thank my nominator, who's not here, it's Elder Tony Pelche, and Lyle Keegan for seconding my nomination. It's been 2 years since we've had to select our leadership, our political leaders, and I haven't been involved in the elections for a few years. I sat on council from 2001 to 2005, and at that time it was a learning experience for me. The first year was a learning experience, and I kind of started to understand how the political structure works and was able to start moving forward in certain areas. One of the areas that I did work on was the justice area. I also worked in I also held the intergovernmental affairs portfolio, which we were able to, at that time, develop a draft election act for Pasqua. And in justice, we were able to secure some monies at that time through the federal government to, we secured, it was a $50,000 annual grant we got. So we were getting $50,000 a year at that time to provide a justice worker and also programming. And our programming focused a lot on helping people in the justice system, but not only that, working with our youth in the community. So those were some of the things I did back then. In the past 10 years, I've worked in a number of different capacities. I've worked as a wellness worker, I've worked out off the reserve. I've also worked on the reserve for the past 4 years. I've been working in the areas of wellness, addictions, and justice. So I've had a lot of contact with the people on reserve and the programming that we do on reserve. I've had the honor, I guess, of working with our councillor Lindsey here, Kevin Keegan, and there's a couple of initiatives that we have going out here right now that other First Nations are kind of looking at us and seeing us as leaders in those areas. And one of them is that repatriation program that Lindsey and Kevin got started. And that was making contact with a lot of our youth that were adopted out into non-native families up throughout Saskatchewan. And there was a gathering that we coordinated for them this past summer. We held it down at Ashes Beach. It's called the Repatriation Project. So we were able to reconnect some of these young people with their families back home here in Pasqua. And that's kind of, you know, like I said, other First Nations see us doing that, and they're asking how we're able to establish those kind of working relationships with the provincial government. So that's one of the things we've done this past year. In the past 2 years, we also developed a 12-week outpatient addiction program, and we run it out of here. And again, that's another initiative that other First Nations, people that I've met outside of our community that ask a lot of questions about. We're actually in the process of getting that 12-week program accredited. So that's it's a very good program. And last year, I think we had 12 graduates that completed the 12 weeks. We had a graduation ceremony here for them. And then this last group we had, I think it was 6 that graduated from that program. So I mean, these are some of the things that we're doing in terms of helping our people so that they can move on and do other things with their lives, you know, because alcohol and drugs became a barrier for them in their lives. So those are some of the things we're doing. I take a look at the political area for us as Pasqua is very exciting right now. We made history this election. It's the first time we've ever had a chief elected by acclamation. So that's, you know, that says a lot about us as a First Nation. And of course, we're very satisfied with the work that our chief is doing. That's what that says. Now, we have 22 candidates running for 8 council positions. You know, when you take a look at other First Nations, those numbers kind of are astronomical at times. You see different communities. So with us, we're fairly satisfied, I guess, in those areas. So 22 people running for 8 council positions is not a lot. So it's a good thing. The other candidates, you know, I had an opportunity to listen to some of them at the forum in Regina, and they have good platforms, good vision. And like I said, for me, it's, you know, I've done the work. I've sat on council before. I've worked in the community. You know, I believe that with the experience that I have, and then also working with other funding agencies and government in the past, that's what I bring. You know, and I have anything that I do, the work that I've done, I always have a passion in the work that I do to do the best that I can. And that's what I'm willing and prepared to do as a council member. So on March 2nd, that's why I'm standing here today asking for you to support me on March 2nd to be one of your council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Fabian? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're on the bottom of the jug this time. Ruby ironing.
Hello, folks. I'd like to thank God for saying the opening prayer. Thank y'all for coming out. I thought we'd have a lot more, but this is better than nothing. I'd like to give thanks to people who donated food. I know I was not one of them, sorry. I forgot. My name is Ruby Ironigo. I'm a grandmother, a mother, daughter. I have my grandchildren, I have 2 of them. I'd like to give thanks to my nominator and my secondary for asking me to run this election. I'm just thankful that they have confidence in me, I guess. What I would like to see is unity. I'd like to see us work together more, because I believe there's with everybody's ideas and input for anything, there's always going to be progress. And I do believe in working together. I believe in fairness and equality. I believe in accountability and confidentiality. I worked in finance field a long time. Here and there, on reserve, off. I have a lot of experience working with people firsthand in their homes and offices. I'm not a counselor, but and I was able to, I can talk to people on their level, and I can build, confidence and confidentiality and talking with people. I am currently working at the K+S Museum. Wally, and there I worked with him for a little while. Been a pleasure. On Friday, my job there will be done. We are done doing the project there. I understand there are more projects in the works, I guess, for the band. I began working for the band in 1991 as an accounting clerk. I left in 1995 to attend business admin program at Roberta. Graduated in June of 1999. After graduating, I worked as a social development worker for the band here, and I've been there for 6 years. I am in the process of moving back home to my trailer. I left. Sometimes I have to, I just wanted things to learn. I know I have to leave sometimes, because not everything is here for me to learn. So I like to gain experiences and I don't know, just all kinds of experience. Are they here? Like I just moved back from the east about a year ago. It was beautiful out there. I loved it. While I was employed at the band, though, I've always wondered how I can contribute. Either like it just seemed like you were limited to what you can do, either being a staff member or just being a member, a band member. There was not a whole lot you can do. I know the lack of resources we have is due to budget restraints, but there's a lot I know we need to do. We need to invest in our own people, our own First Nation, in order to compete in today's society. Even like the industries, everything out there is just, it's growing very fast, and they need workers. I have, and always will try to be active in my community, because I love it. I love my home. This is my home. I raised my kids here, and I'd like for my grandchildren to come out here and play, and feel safe, and not have to worry about family. Sorry. But I guess that about does it for me. But I do. I ask for your support in this election. I know that's about, oh gosh, a week away. Oh. Thank you for listening, and good luck, fellow candidates.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ruby? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm not getting any waves from the kitchen, so we'll keep going. I know I teach marketing, so for some of you candidates, if you want to make a slogan, you have a slogan, you guys have shared with us. If I was a candidate, mine would be vote for Richard, like Darth Vader, only prettier. Something like that, right? Okay, next candidate, Lyle Keegan.
We start right now, as soon as I start speaking? Okay. Well, thanks everybody for coming out, all the Pasqua members, and I apologize for the Regina forum there that I wasn't in. I had some family obligations to go to. It's all dealing with sports, hockey, you're going way up north, way down south anyway. That's one of the reasons why I wasn't there. And I totally apologize to the Pasqua First Nation members. Thank my nominators and my seconder, Fabian and Alan Johnson. I'm seeking my third term for council position. My portfolios were for lands, roads, and trust. And out of the lands, I'll deal with lots of the leases on the reserve. We have probably around 4,000 acres of land right now being leased on the reserve. And we like to try to get a little more to start seeding more land and stuff like that. I'm getting a little nervous now. Just wait there. Hey, I'm sorry for that. The land was 4,000 acres, like I mentioned in the past. We have leasers on here right now. We have LDM leasing right now. And that's all our money that goes into INAC. And all that money goes into INAC. That's what pays for all our Christmas, all our Christmas dinners, all our band dinners, all those things like that. And we have TLE lands off the reserve right now that we bought from our TLE. And back in 08, we purchased about 51 quarters of land. Out of the 51 quarters of land, that's probably about 8,000 acres of land. And we have 2 leasers right now on it. One's from down south, is the Ellis family, and the other one is running over right now. And we bought some more land on 210 highway, off 210, and that's going to work into all economic development area. That's what we're planning. We're going to be planning. We're planning maybe a subdivision there. We have something drawn up right now. This is more like a report what it did in all through the last 2 years, last 4 years. Everything all kind of links together. Some of the terms, like the term really goes quick. You candidates, when you guys are learning, it goes fast. And out of 18 months, then all of a sudden it's election mode again. And we'd like to just keep it maybe stretched along maybe 4 to 5 years. But I'll get back into the land side of it. It's lots of work has to be done yet. We have to get more land, like I said, and get the TLE, get more TLE lands purchased. Economic development. Right now we're dealing with K+S right now for partnerships for jobs, and the chief is really pushing hard on that area. With Roberta Day, we're trying to get more people out there working, trying to get people working out there more, get the band members off welfare, all that kind of stuff. Oh, that's it for me because I'm starting to crack under pressure. I guess any questions that deal with for myself for lands and the lands and roads and any kind of questions, I'm not going to answer that way. More one-on-one. This is one of my first time in front of the camera, standing in front of the camera. That's what more throws me off the damn camera. Yeah. Any questions, anybody? And I deeply apologize for my actions. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll keep going. You want to give a royal hello? It goes like this. Hello! Like the Queen, right? This is Queen to represent. Do a little wave. Roberta Dubois. Roberta here? Okay, set it here. Next name. Leroy Colby.
Hello, good afternoon. Been a counselor for 16 years. I've the portfolio I've held there, sports, active. I went into housing and didn't like that housing part. That's just the idea, because got out of that. I want to thank Harvey, our legal, for the prayer. I want to say hello to Delbert over here, ex-counselor over there, Bobby Keegan, a few of the elders there that have just come along. Some of the things that's happening, going on, it's I never got a chance to go on campaign. It's even though we're in a campaign mode, it's just too much. It's just, you don't have time as a counselor. I mean, I'm still in the band office. are doing meetings or something like that. It's a hectic and tiring position. Example, or last week we had 3 meetings out of the whole 5 days, and then a lot of them are going up to other meetings. So it just keeps on going on. But there's never a dull moment. You're always getting phone calls. You're always someone needs advice or someone needs assistance. There's a lot of things that's the training going on for our younger people. The jobs with K+S, the training for the SA clients from the 18 to 25 that have been coming down the pipe for the last 3 years, and now it's right in front of us. The clients need to get to their training. On Monday, we hired a driver to pick up some 18 to 25-year-olds to take them down to life skills, financial, just learning, getting ready for jobs in whatever kind of field they need. They need and a lot of it's just a matter of not having driver's license, not having that, not being able to pass a drug test. It's just these little things that's holding these individuals back, and then having to get them back on their feet, and then they think it's the end of the world when they don't get to go to a mine or something like that because they failed their drug and alcohol test. It's not the end of the world. You got to tell them just go back home, stay straight for a month, 2 months, and then try again, and then maybe they'll get picked. There's so much training out there. We met with Safeway, scaffolding, alumni scaffolding. They want to come out and train us. Just jumping from that area is just because we sat around and signed up our contribution agreement last weekend, and then this past week, and just keeping the funds and the programs within the band office on what they have to spend their money on and how they want to spend their money, keeping that to the plan. And then also finding dollars for an active person. Well, we have some dollars for an active person, but there's 2 or 3 of them inside there. Be creative with jobs that's going to help Pasqua First Nation in the long run. They're spending those program dollars right away. Finding out at the end of the day, all of a sudden you have $200,000. One of the programs didn't even spend their money, trying to run around and find out how are you going to spend that money if INAC is going to claw it back. You get it clawed back, and then you have to shorten your program dollars for next year. So it's a whole little cycle of everything, and then I love working for Pasqua. I've always been for the reserve. I went to school out here, went to played ball with a number of years for the teams. And that's another thing, is just getting all these, having 75, and I'm also in sports and rec, that 75% of the registration fees for your children. You want to put them into sports, band comes up with the 75% and then you only pay 25%. Sometimes we're getting into the athletes are even going farther. Lyle's daughter there, she's going into these elite programs in hockey. There's the Jacques family that they're snowboarding, and the Stevenson boys, they're doing paint gun professionals, you know. There's even, one of them was a dance class, and 75% of a dance class was almost $2,000. You know, finding the First Nation Pasqua to fund these children, and how good they're getting, and the almost to the point of professionals, like the boxing club, how much times that's produced gold medalists, and just getting them through that hurdle is when you turn 18 and then all of a sudden you want to do the party, think you want to have a beer and stuff like that, and then after, next thing you know, that person drops right out of that program. You know, could have been in the Olympics or something like that. But that on March 2nd, I'm gonna ask for support from the past First Nation band members, Ash, who's Ash, Sears, Dubois, Keegan, Jacques, Obies, my own family. And I'd like to thank you all for coming out and being a part of everything that's being said out here with the ideals and stuff like that we're all sharing on Pasqua First Nation. And that on March 2nd, for your support again. Thank you very much.
Leroy? Any questions for Leroy? Okay, thank you very much. Good job. Okay, we'll keep going. Next candidate. Oh, it's Cecile's name. It's Cecile, it's into corrects. Cynthia Missens.
Hello, family, fellow band members. I was thinking there's sitting down, what am I going to talk about? I sit up here and look at everybody and I'm just like, but anyways, I'll give you a little update of my resume. When I was 17 years old, I left the reserve. I went to school and I dropped out, and then I went back to school again, and then I worked in an office as a receptionist for about a year, and then I went back to school again, and I obtained a grade 11, and I was in my grade 12, and then I applied for a job for a community health representative. So I got the job, and I worked in that area for about 3 years. And then, like I said in the last forum, like when you're working in the band offices, you get so far, and then you kind of want to move on. So I decided it was my time to move on, and then I went to university for a year, and I didn't like that. And then only because there's a lot of theory work, a lot of writing. I was was doing my papers in the bingo hall. So I stuck it out for about a year, and then I put my name into Indian Business Management in 1992. And I like that, and the only reason why I like that is because a lot of the training that you took in Indian Business Management was hands-on, not so much writing, a lot of reading, homework every night. I like that. I graduated from Indian Business Management in 1994. And then I worked, well, before I started working for the band, I worked a little bit for the tribal council as a call and as a casual receptionist. And then I got the job here as a guidance counselor in 1994, and I worked in that area until 2002. And then in 2002, I kind of worked 2 jobs. I got hired as the manager for Pasqua Pit Stop. I worked in April. I worked the 2 jobs till the end of July. It was hard trying to work 2 jobs, 2 different completely jobs. Like they're just like day and night. And it was lots of work. It was, 1 minute I'd be doing the work for the schools, then I'd have to work for the store, and then try and set up some kind of computer system. And then, anyways, I kind of got on board with that. I enjoyed it. I still learn. I never thought I would ever enjoy technology, but I like technology. Oh, by the way, I forgot to thank my my nominator, Jacques, and seconder, Lucille. I'm glad that they asked me to run. I know it'll be challenging, but I know I'll make a good counselor. I'm not afraid of challenge. Most of the time I could be seen as somebody sitting back, kind of laid back and not saying anything, but I know when something really strikes, something that's near and dear to my heart, and I just have to say something. I just can't sit back. And as human beings, we go through so much stuff. We meet, different kinds of people, and some people you see eye to eye with, and some people there's a little bit of conflict, but those kind of people, like all kinds, come into your life for a reason. And mostly it's because we learn. That's our learning process as well. We want to be able to handle ourselves in any kind of situation. I think I learned fast. Sometimes, for some parts, when I come to the store, I have to learn my repetition. Sometimes it's just as simple as changing the gas prices, a lot of people use this. When we first started out, we had a C2000, and I didn't really know how to change prices with that, but then with just calling around people, trying to find the right resources, I was able to master that, and it was no problem after changing gas prices. Just basically keeping up with technology. But the thing is, I really enjoy working with my people. I've always worked for First Nation people. The only time I didn't was when I was a waitress at the Country Supplies for about 3 months. And I didn't get too much tips, maybe because I was First Nation, I don't know why. Maybe I didn't look friendly enough. Anyways, when I was hired as a manager for Pasqua pit stop. I was involved with the construction. There too, I had to learn fast. It's a good thing I had Eric Gordon kind of mentoring me through the whole process. Eric Gordon, Lee Gordon Gill, and Lee Tom Better were all my mentors. Anyways, being a manager of the store, like I had to make decisions. A lot of the decisions I made on the store or for the store was business only, and like I'm hoping people never took it personal. Because it's a small business, and we don't bring in that much money every year. You know, at the end of the year, everybody says, well, we made this much, but we always have to set aside a little bit of money for our bills, because our grocery bills, along with cigarette bills and our fuel bills, they're like high. They're not small bills, and that money is always turning over in the store. So anyways, I like working with the band. I like working for Pasqua because they always seem to be a step ahead of other First Nations. And on March 2nd, I'm asking for your support for one of the 8 positions as band counselor, and I will do my best to represent Pasqua First Nation in a positive way. Any questions?
Okay, I see that. Thank you very much. Hey. Can we keep going, kitchen? Okay, let's do one more. So you get to be the before the lunch crowd, and then the tough one's the after lunch crowd. You have to do a dance, get everybody to wake up. I'll give you an extra 2 minutes. Okay, so just before we break for our dinner, Eugene Sear. Oh. Jessica Gordon.
So good afternoon. Thank you, Elder, for saying the prayer. Thank you to the cooks and the other candidates that also brought some food. So a little bit about myself. My name is Jessica Gordon. I am a mother of 5. My parents are Hubert and the late Linda Gordon. My grandparents, Hubert and Pearl Gordon. Let's see, what else? I've worked in a variety of organizations, some crown corporations. The main ones that I've worked for have been nonprofit service organizations. So that's where I like working the most. I get to help my people through those places. So I wrote quite a bit of stuff because I didn't want to miss out on anything, but I'm going to try and ramble through them quick so I don't forget any of the important things I want to speak about. So everyone has a responsibility to one another, to the community, and to our children. Duty is when you are in service to the people, to facilitate the ways in which will enable all of us to act on our responsibilities. So here are some of the ways that I hope to facilitate growth and wellness in our community. So for the work on the committees, I know that we have a variety of committees out here on Pasqua, and we have a lot of dedicated and passionate people who volunteer to sit on those committees. So I believe because of those voices being there, being dedicated, those voices should be listened to. So that's what I intend to do if I'm successful as being a candidate. Because those are the ones who actually put their time, their effort, their ideas into ideas on the committee level. So that's one of the ways I'd like to hear the voices from the membership. Now, as for the portfolios, we have quite a bit.
So I'm just gonna try and get through them as quickly as possible.
See, last time we had the forum, I was the last one before the break, so everyone's probably hungry and wanting me to shut up and so we could eat. Okay, so education, the portfolio for education. I believe it's more than academics. This is where many of us learn our values, our culture, and how to interact with one another. So because of that, we have a great opportunity in front of us to shape our children. We could instill that sense of pride, that identity within them. They could learn their culture, their traditions, their language, all from education. So I would like Pasqua to focus on reinvigorating our culture, traditions, and language in every subject taught in school. I'd also like our community to be a place of support for those in high school, post-secondary, vocational schools as well. Because of funding gap placed on post-secondary, there's a lot of our membership that has to wait for funding. So in that meantime, I'd like to help support those ones who are waiting for funding or who don't see themselves as going into the universities, maybe vocational schools or SIAS or SIT. Also maybe some trades, skill building as well. So, you know, we don't have our membership waiting for funding. We have people doing things all the time. None of our members should be discouraged and feel as though they have nothing else but to wait. So which brings me to health and social development. Support is the main ideal that reaches out to me in this department. For far too long, our people have been forced to become dependent on systems that make us feel as though we're not in control or that we're inferior. Part of my plan is to work with all other departments in a holistic and comprehensive way that sees each benefit the other by providing linkages and support to our members. Our members will then see that they're capable and full of potential. We only need to facilitate this. Working in silos does not work. Using the resources efficiently and effectively will not only help the community, but our staff as well. See, I heard from some of the other council members the dedication it takes and the organizational skills it takes. See, myself, I've always worked either as a program coordinator or developer, so I know those organizational skills are important, and I've proven myself time and time again to have successful programming. So time management, organizational skills are very important. Right now, presently, I'm fulfilling the end of my contract as a program coordinator at the Friendship Center in Saskatoon. So part of my job is to seek out funding sources, to write proposals, to develop programs, implement them, supervise staff. So all of that, I have a really good knowledge base of how to develop programming and implement. So as for employment, I want as many people not only employed on Pasqua, but also in urban centers. We have vast amounts of opportunity to create jobs on the reserve by working with companies and manufacturing especially. And we also have resources and partnership development to employ our members living in other communities. Employment isn't something that just happens once we get out of high school or university. Building those skills must happen throughout our lifetime. And like I said, I've worked in many different places, and a lot of the stuff I've done is developing employment skills programs. So I see firsthand where many of our youth and adults need that support. So building relationships with companies, I know that our present chief and council have done that already, so continuing that partnership building is pretty important. And I see that it's necessary as well. So ACDEV. It's a department that is full of potential not only for the band, but for each and every member. It is my hope that working with other council and knowledgeable staff, that we be able to give the resources to build not only a successful community, but each member that decides that entrepreneurship and maybe small business is something they'd like to pursue. By making a plan and following through on a wide supply of business models, capable staff, and council, we're sure to become self-reliant and be a model of success to other communities. Housing is one of the most basic needs for an individual or family. Housing not only on reserve is supporting for health and well-being, but in the urban centers as well. From the good work I hear from Chief Todd, well, I put Chief Todd and Chief Keegan, sorry, Chief Keegan. We're well on our way to providing much more to our membership. than we have in previous years. So I'd like to be part of that. I'd like to support that because I see that that's necessary. That's housing is very important. I always come back to the value of support. I've been there and I know how hard it is to find housing, to keep housing, to have to deal with landlords and so on. So I want to be able to be there to support our members in either providing them with the resources or knowing where they go to know their rights and responsibilities as tenants. Maybe even do have support letters for our members to say, yeah, they've been on the reserve, or maybe helping them find those resources in the urban centers as to where they can get low-income housing. Because a lot of our people, they don't know where to go. They don't know who to speak to. So I'd like Pasqua to be that hub of information for our membership. So public works, there are many things that need attention and care on Pasqua, and public works will always remain this way. Some may see this as small in comparison to what some may call bigger issues like treaty rights and education. Although if one is without water, a basic need, how do we expect them to concentrate on things such as studying, getting to work, family? Our roads and infrastructure are important to show that as a community, we care not only for our members, but our visitors as well. Uh-oh, 2 minutes left. Have 2 minutes? In Amsterdam or in Vancouver? Okay, let me get through some of these. Youth development. I've always worked with youth and I have a great belief in what our youth are able to do. The generations that will become our lawyers, business owners, teachers, and scientists. By encouraging them, we also ensure that success in our community and people are guaranteed. This is a great time for youth to find their way back to their culture and language. It's also a great time for them to pave their ways to success in any field that they choose. Creating leaders, honoring and helping them find their skills is something we have done for thousands of years. This ensured our survival. This will always be my priority, to include and encourage the youth to be part of everything on Pasqua. Also supporting the frontline workers who continually work tirelessly with our youth is also something that should and will continue to be honored. One of the names that come to mind is Canapinis. She's always working throughout our youth. And I feel people like her that work in the front line should be honored and respected in as many ways as possible. Okay, so I'll just skip to the bottom here. For any portfolios that I'm not mandated to, I plan on supporting and assisting my fellow council members, staff, and chief in any way possible. My experience academically, professionally, and in personal life has given me a wealth of knowledge and insight that I believe will bring many benefits to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Jessica? I got a question.
Laura, you talk about support, you talk about the youth. It sounds like you have your base in Saskatoon. Now, our band is going through a lot of growth, development, and initiatives. How are you going to be able to, from Saskatoon, be here to, you talked about help fostering and molding. So how are you going to do that?
So like I said, I'm fulfilling my contract at the Friendship Center, and it's done on March 30th. So after that, I'm moving back down. I already have the lease transferred over in my name out on Pasqua, so I'll be here. I'll be here constantly, and I know that because of that dedication that it takes to be a council member, that's why I plan on moving, and I've wanted to for a long time. So now I hopefully I'll have that chance.
Any other questions?
I have a question from this morning. I was texting.
Yeah.
Okay. She was unable to be here, so she asked me to answer some of her questions. So she said, just checking what big changes you hope to make for our res. What is your inspiration? Whose voice will you be? What do you think of, these are more than just 2 questions. What do you think of management and chief and council? Do you believe in a top-down approach or bottom-up? If so, how will that be changed? Let's see. Yeah, that's about it. So what I said is, let's see, where is my inspiration is a vision of seeing our people well. My voice has always come from what I have seen and heard as the struggles faced by our people in the grassroots and frontline workers staff. With that being said, those are the voices and we should always seek out and act on. They know better than anyone the frontline workers and the people facing barriers. Which also speaks to my belief that it shan't be a top-down management style. Facilitating the needs of our membership is the role of our leaders, not dictating. How I plan on doing this is forums and community discussions, as well as listening to the committees.
Thank you. Any other questions from the floor? Okay, thank you very much, Hester. Okay, we got the notification from the kitchen, read so time in Regina. I asked and I thank everyone for respecting that. I'm going to call on our elder again, Harvey, to bless the food before we get started. After our elders done blessing the food in Regina, we went ladies first. Sorry guys, hang on a second. You guys first. We're going to ask those people with children. It's nice to see young people here. We'll let you go first, then we'll go with the elders, and then those who deem themselves to be elders, and then the rest of us behind. Continue with Dr. Harvey. Okay, I'll invite the families who brought children. Go ahead, get in line, and then I'll ask, invite the elders right behind them.
Look, you're busting in my pocket. No, the camera's facing that way. Facing that way. I turned it around. Go in front of it that way. Go away. Right there.
Good on, huh?
What did you do? Shopping all one?
Yeah, we did, yeah. Even got, went and did the doubling to the opener. Fucking cool out here. The bench is on the road.
Well, all right, go ahead.
No? Oh.
Yeah. You're banned. She's getting violent. Get over here.
Don't fight her. Don't fight her. Good night.
She's getting violent here. Roughing up their equipment.
Get the baby. The baby. Just a baby, that's all. Whoa.
Oscars are on in a couple hours. They have an Oscar pool playing here. Isn't even there. Like that.
Okay, everyone's kind of settled in, had something to eat. I'll give you a 2-minute warning and we'll get started again, so freshen up your coffee, get your cookies. Have seconds. So 2-minute warning and I'll call the next candidate, so candidates, get your dinner done.
We're competing with the Oscars, so we gotta get finished. I think they started at 7. I never even hardly seen any of those Oscar movies. I don't even know who to pick.
Really have that great heart.
Yeah, they say that's the one that's in it. The red one that's in black. I don't know. Oh my God, I keep doing my pictures. Paddington and Sponge. Yeah. You get to see the theory of everything. That's based on that Stephen Hawking physicist. They're really good. Yeah, me too. I haven't had time.
Okay, I guess we'll go ahead and get started. Just as a reminder, if I'd called the candidate's name earlier and they weren't here yet, I just put them on the side. We'll go through that list of names again, so we'll give everybody who's here, candidates, a chance to address the forum. So we've gone through 13 names and got 9 left in the bucket, so we'll just keep going. So candidates, quickly chew up your cookies and get ready. You might be the one next. Next candidate, Lindsey.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, elders, Pasqua band members. I want to thank the elder for the prayer for the opening. My name is Lindsey. I am I'm the oldest child of Esther and Monty Sear. I was given heck because I never introduced my family, who I'm from, where I'm from. But my parents are Esther and Monty Sear. I'm the oldest of 4 children. Excuse me. I just like to welcome everybody here tonight. So since 2000 and anyway, this is the third term that I'm going to be seeking. I'm just going into some history here with my work. So in 2008, or actually back in 2000, I worked for the band. I worked at the daycare. I started there as a daycare worker. I went back to school, came back in 2008, and I worked with the Dalhousie program, Dalhousie University, which we developed the Pasqua First Nation book. Most of you received, most of you guys have a copy of that book. So we worked on that. We got that going, and most of the stuff that, if you look at the book today, we've kind of exceeded some of that stuff that we've accomplished in that book. There's still things that we still need to go ahead and, still fulfill. But with if you look at the structure of the plans and housing and the infrastructure and stuff that were in there, we've already come to pass with some of that stuff. But I mean, we're still growing as a band. We are still seeking other avenues of how to better Pasqua First Nation. Today, as of 2013, 14, actually 2013, 14, we created a total of, I think we have about 16 houses that we developed from our housing. Between 2010 and 2015 to date, or 2014, we developed 16 new units under the CMHC program. We faced numerous issues such as mold, flooding, which is the PDAP, Provincial Disaster Assistance Program. We've tried to renovate some of the homes that were flooded with the rest of the country. We have renovations such as RAP programs that we've trying to fix some of the mold and try and help our people sustain and keep their homes. I know, like right now, today we face a lot of economic development program, which we want to better ourselves in, like, you know, different in jobs, and we're trying to grow as a nation, as a community, as a First Nation. So we create, by building these homes, we're giving our own people the ability to create, to stay here on the reserve, and we're here to, we like to keep the jobs on the reserve for our people, so our contractors are within the reserve. We keep our roads and our maintenance guys are all from the reserve. We try and, like our store, there's different things, our school, the health center, we're all for helping our own people by creating and keeping the jobs here for our people. That's what will keep our people here and want to move forward and, you know, be part of this First Nation and grow. And by helping each other and encouraging each other, by educating each and every one, like different groups and different youth, young and old, that's our way of, like, you know, encouraging our people to stay here and to work for our people. So currently I'm in the education portfolio. I work closely with the principal of the Chief Pasqua Education Center. We kind of had a turnover this year with the different principals, but now I think we're on a roll with getting our students back on track, our staff back where we wanted to go. We kind of went off to a rough start, but like I said, we're back on track here and things are looking up. We have currently 44 full-time students, signed part-time students. I heard about how our students, when you enter post-secondary, that we don't have the money to support them and to go on. But last year, we got another loan to help offset those students that we weren't able to help in previous years, because we were at a capacity of 32 seats, but now we've exceeded 44 seats. So we're trying our best to help those people and trying to educate them by not saying no, we can. So we have tribal council that we also have partnerships with tribal council that will help offset some of our education in the forms of SIAS and other other schools such as like Dubois, SIAS, SIT. Tribal council also steps in and helps us support some of that, and then whatever we can help, we will help. We have a program called ESD. It's working in partnership with FHQ. It's a program that's called Employment Essentials Development. And that is targeting our 18 to 24-year-old to get off welfare. So we have a plan in place for our youth to get educated out of high school, to move from there to get some life skills training, whether it's just, you know, and then we have other shorter programs which this ESD program will offset some of the trainings that our people don't have. We have, we're working with partnerships with industry. We have KNS. We've put a numerous amount of people through these programs already, which are awesome. We've trained them in, we just finished, or we're continuing this training on the security, Athabasca security. So we're giving our people the opportunity to go out and get the training, go to school, help themselves, get off welfare, move on. We've also we try and bring our programs here because a lot of people don't want to go off the reserve, can't afford to live in towns or cities because of the rent, and they don't have no means of transportation to get out there. So we bring up programs here for people. We've also have, here one of the counselors talking about one of the bus drivers. We're gonna hire a bus driver and hopefully get these people mobile to school, which is great. So there's a lot of stuff that is going on in the band. A lot of people, if you don't know, like if you live off the reserve, you really don't know what happens here until you live here, unless you go on Facebook or whatever the web page, that's the only way you find out. Just meeting with people and, expressing their concerns and what we want, and it's our job to hook them up with the people that can help them, assist them. I could go on and on about all the good things we're doing, and which is we are fortunate. We're one of the fortunate reserves to be giving our people this opportunity, and we try and utilize all our resources as much as we can to help our people and to sustain our livelihood here at Pasqua First Nation, as well as going out in the world and creating and educating the basics life that we need to move on here. And without some of the education stuff that we don't provide to our people, that's just much more of an obstacle for them to hurdle outside in, like, say, Fort Capel or Regina. So we're bringing our people to education levels here to help everybody out there. And hopefully my vision and everybody else's vision is that we will, continue to move forward and to be successful in what we're trying to do here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Gwen? I see none. Thank you very much. Well done. Okay, we'll keep going. Next candidate, Bev Chacous.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Candidates Forum. Give thanks to Harvey for his prayer and also for the blessing of the food. Give thanks for the candidates who shared their food with us today, and for Lorraine for cooking the soup. Welcome today, and I'd like to also give thanks to the creator for this afternoon, for today. And also to give thanks to the fellow candidates who are all here, and it's very interesting, inspiring to hear all the ideas that are put forth, very positive initiatives. And also, I'm here today seeking your support for my second term as councillor for Pasqua First Nation. And I guess for the past 2 years on my first slate there, I put that I was honest, dependable, compassionate, caring, that I was an active listener, respectful and humble, and that I believe in equality and respect for everyone. In community growth through community meetings both on and off the reserve. In accountability and transparency to memberships for regularly scheduled council meetings and annual audit presentations. I believe in implementation and adherence to policies to maintain the integrity of Pasqua First Nation. I believe in education of our youth and value their voice for the future for they are our future leaders. I believe in the development of recreational opportunities for our membership, and I believe in healthy lifestyles. That was 2 years ago, and I believe that within the past 2 years that I have done those things. I still continue to believe in equality and fairness to everyone. I believe in following policy. I believe in those things. And also, I didn't get a chance last time with the at the forum in Regina to acknowledge and congratulate Chief Todd Keegan on his acclamation. And I forgot to do that, Regina. And also, I guess, I still continue to strive for equality and fairness, like I said, and I do respect the issue of confidentiality when we're listening and speaking to the members of Pasqua First Nation. That is how we gain their respect and their trust. I respect the elders' voice, and I also promote youth initiatives, as like Mr. Canapinis had said, and the other candidates said. They are our future leaders, and we have to listen to them, respect their opinions. I believe in being accountable to everyone, and I also believe in having and living in a safe community. If successful, I will continue to work with the council in the following areas. Forgive me, I have a cough here. To work together in establishing an urban office, once again, and currently putting out newsletter. We had, 2 years ago, I know we had tried to work with various bands to open up an office in Regina. Those fell through, so hopefully this 2 years we'll be able to develop an urban office. And also I believe in the newsletters. Those are a way of getting written information, accountability to you, because not everyone has Facebook, which I don't believe in myself, and not everyone has the telephone. Not everybody has access to come to the band office or to the other buildings where we post notices and information. So I believe in getting that newsletter out, and I think the last one we had was in December 2013, I believe. So those are some of the things I'd like to do in communication, because I believe in communication, and that is what would help us to be able to relay information from one point to another in a good way, in a positive way. And one of the things too, with the last 2 years, I believe that we should, as counselors, we should be able to help our chief at our general meetings. And I mentioned this in Regina too, that as counselors, we should be able to report on our portfolios, whereby we've allowed the chief to do all the speaking for us. Well, I think we have our jobs to do too, to be accountable for the portfolios that we work in. And also to have the regular scheduled band meetings so that people will know, every 3 months, every 4 months, that there will be meetings and the time and the place will be forthcoming. And also another thing is with the elders. Excuse me. I believe in the respective voice, that they have strong knowledge that we learn from them, and that to continue on with our regular elder meetings. I know a lot of them, sometimes they say, well, when are we going to have our next meeting? So regular scheduled meetings will keep that information and that knowledge flowing back and forth. And I know within the last 2 years, I held the positions with the portfolios on sports and rec, youth development, the justice, and about 8 months, I was appointed the housing. Everybody says it's scary, and, it's a thankless portfolio. But I took it another way. I took it as a positive challenge, and it's only through talking with the band members, explaining the policy, explaining what's going on, that I believe we could develop good working relationships with the members, with the Department of Housing, and also with the council. With the sports, the youth, and also with the, I sit on the Women's Council at FHQ level, and also at the FSIN. Now, last week, we were at a meeting in Saskatoon, and from there we had a roundtable discussion on the murdered and missing Indigenous women, and from there, on the 27th of February, Chief Daywalker will be taking from those roundtable discussions. We were targeted 4 or 5 main areas. She's only got 4 minutes to speak at that in Ottawa, so we've tried to condense it as much as we could. And with the last 2 years, what we did as a local women's council within the tribal council is we held a, no, I don't want to see that. But anyways, we did host a women's awards night. And I think the first year we had 3 women from the reserve. Last year, I believe we had 5, but I could be mistaken. And we also did the youth award fashion show. I think we had about 7, 8 youth that participated in the fashion show. And that's to give them the assertive confidence in themselves, that, to be able to believe in themselves. So I guess I have to close up there. Oh, just another thing too I wanted to mention is Cindy Denemy put in a proposal and she was successful with a language program. So till the end of March, we meet here Monday and Wednesday nights for language, where we have 3 elder ladies who come and teach us Soto, along with their helpers. We're starting to have bingos in Soto within our little group, and Lindsey keeps on winning, so I guess he learns more Soto than all of us. And also, I know people were talking about the programs, funding and everything, and then this is where we have our strategic planning meetings, and I think those are fundamental in keeping our budgets in place, and keep on going from there. And with that, I'd like to, I humbly ask you, the members of Pasqua, for your support on March 2nd so that I'm able to carry forth these messages that I bring today. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Beth? Okay, I got one here. Okay.
You mentioned that the language is Monday and Wednesday. Is it just Soto, or would you like other languages?
She applied for the Soto language. And with that, we had 3 elders. We have Cecile Asha, and we have Carrier, what's her name? We have Isabel Pratt and the Carrier. Adequate, I'm sorry, Adequate. Yeah, they come and teach us, and then it's on until the March 31st, and it was for open to all the community. And we have about 5 or 6 continuous ones. So we're going to see if we could continue it, see if there are other proposals, Cindy, if she'd be able to keep it going, because some people, like especially at my age, it's hard to learn a new language, and this is the language I'm supposed to be born with that I'm trying to learn today.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Greg. Okay, move right along. Next name. Candidate Connie Dubois.
Good late afternoon. My name is Constance Paula Dubois. My mom and my dad were Wilfred Dubois and Yvette Shingush. My grandparents were Marion Pratt and Glenn Shingush. Sorry, I'm getting confused here. You know how those jungles out there, it's usually called your family? It's not a family tree, it's usually a jungle out there. My dad and my mom, his mom was Fred Dubois and Margaret Crow. I have 5 daughters, 4 daughters, 5 grandsons. My objective is to face issues that are affecting Pasqua Nation band members in a way that reflects the values and visions of all our elders. And the only reason I say all our elders is because we're talking about the youth as well. Everybody says that they're going to be our next generation. I think we need to start very young. I will be actively involved in community projects and activities which further enhance our community plan. And this is the book I've been studying for the last little while. We can't measure our success unless we can actually prove that we've done some work in this book. It's great that our current counselors are giving us a portfolio update as we're running for another election. But I believe those updates should come more regularly. And I think they can be done even on a monthly basis. You can only measure your success if you have something to measure, and those reports, those audits will help with that. I'm hardworking, I'm dedicated. I always talked up Pasqua First Nation everywhere I went to. When I left here 7 years ago, I went to Edmonton. I became a cashier and a sandwich maker. Couldn't get into school there, so then I went to Calgary. 2 of my daughters were graduating from school out here, and I wanted them to provide them with a better opportunity than what we had close to home. So we all went back to school. I ended up going back to school myself. I came out with a certificate in land administration. I'm a quick learner. I was the top of my class. I also have the ability to prioritize. So I can research and I can problem solve. I can get to the heart of the matter, and then I can try and find a way to fix it. It doesn't matter if it's broken. My favorite question is, okay, well, how do we fix it then? And that usually comes from everybody around you. I'm very elder and youth focused. I believe we need to make as many connections between the elders and the youth as possible. I love the cultural program that is being revived here on Pasqua. Those elders need to talk to those kids. There's a lot of problems in the school. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I'm almost on the verge of bringing my own daughter out of that school. And there's a lot of complaints out there. So I'm talking to, I guess, the next people who are going into that education portfolio, that there is problems in our own little schools here. And I think those need to be addressed. And I think it needs to be addressed with parents, elders, and those teachers, staff. I'm committed to lifelong learning. I don't mind going back to school. I'm seeking your vote in this next coming election because I want to get involved in the community. Maybe just to save my own kid, maybe not. We might end up leaving again, I don't know. There's a lot of transient people that come back and forth. They can't make it here. Everybody keeps saying, get them off welfare, but there isn't really too much that you can offer them. other than the jobs that are in the certain almost hereditary jobs almost out there. I've never worked for the band. I've always had little short-term contracts to do this or do that, fix this or fix that. I do have an extensive employment history. Before I moved back to the band here, I worked for an oil and gas company. I was placed there on a practicum when I graduated from SAIT, the Southern Alberta Institute of Technology. Prior to that, I was an economic development coordinator here for Pasqua First Nations for a short-term contract. I did a lot of training, proposal development and reporting, community planning and working within the community with all your different community partners. I facilitated community change and developing through organizing and developing workshops. Prior to that, I did a lot of youth work. And it's at this time that I've tried to make a change from my previous occupations, which were always youth work. So I ran programs. But I ran the Red Feather Spirit Lodge in Regina out of Regis. And through the negotiating with federal departments and provincial departments, Heritage Canada, and Corrections and Public Safety, I managed to get that program up to over $500,000 before I left. I did a lot of program development and strategic planning. I did the actual planning with the kids. Every youth group that came in to the group, we always did an entry and an exit. And we always thought, what did we do? What can we do better? And what don't you ever want to do again? So that they gave us positive, negative, and helped us improve the program. So this is how we went on developing more and more programs. Nobody could understand why I was looking for care packages for these kids. And I had to argue with Heritage Canada why I wanted toothbrushes and toothpaste and shampoo and home. I said, a lot of the kids that we're dealing with are depressed and they're self-harming themselves, they're medicating themselves. And when you get down that low, you don't even want to clean yourself up, and a toothbrush means a lot to these guys. So I was a people person, but people really ruined that for me in the last while prior to that. I think I got a little bit burnt out with the youth, so I moved on to different things. So that's when I went into economic development and oil and gas and some of the less stressful jobs, because it is very hard to deal with some of the youth that we have today. It's a crazy world out there. Now we have terrorist threats for West Edmonton Mall, and I worked in the West Edmonton Mall. I worked in a Dollarama there, and I worked in a Subway shop. And now that place is being threatened. There's all kinds of issues out there that we need to food security. We need those gardens that you guys talk about in these books that you put together 8 years ago. We need those gardens for our elders, for our kids, to teach them how to feed themselves instead of giving them a welfare check and expecting them to make it last for a month. We need to watch for the environment. We really need to be careful about what we do allow. I won't allow Sask Energy to come into my dad's old place down there because I don't want them to blow us up, and you're damn right, so they're trying to kill us forever. They're still trying to kill us. They went through the residential schools. They tried to kill us there. It's so crazy out there. I said, well, let's go to that super volcano before it's gone. So we went down to Yellowstone last summer. I took all 10 of us went down and we went through Yellowstone, and just because we don't know how long it's gonna last, how long this crazy world's gonna last. And I'm worried for my grandchildren. I'm very worried that if we don't work together as a community to make this place someplace that they want to live, someplace that they don't want to be, that we're going to lose them. We're going to lose them to the streets of every one of these cities across Canada, which we already have. None of us, when we're running for council here, are allowed to say we're a liberal or a New Democrat or conservative. That's not how our politics works. We are elected as your leaders to work together for all the benefit of all the members. There's no liberals, there's no lines like that. So there should be no infighting anymore. But we're hauling this boat together, and it's not getting any bigger. Oh, maybe just a little bit. Communication. I hear a lot of the complaints that we can't get a hold of so-and-so, nobody knows what's going on. And I even tried to go into the band office and get information, and yet it's like pulling teeth. But maybe it's our approach. Maybe we need just one little spot in a corner where the counselors can give their monthly portfolio updates, or the staff can give their monthly portfolio, their monthly updates, or what they've accomplished for that month. But these reports are very important for those people out there that don't come to these meetings, or don't have access, like I've said, the Facebook that we don't have. Thumbs up. With that, thank you. I'm asking for you guys to vote for me on March 2nd this year. Just one vote. You can vote for all your family, just vote for me once.
Thank you. Any questions for Constance? Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. I see some of the candidates, they're wearing hats. So I always tell candidates you should have 3 hats. One to throw in the ring, one to put on and speak through, and the last one to pull out for habits in case you get elected. I just made that up. Next candidate, Donnie Strong Eagle. No, don't see Donnie. Next candidate, Pasqua. Okay. Next candidate, Kevin Missens. Very important. Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna sit. Catch your breath, it's a long way to hobble.
Thanks, Richard. I'd like to thank the Creator for being here today. I thank Harvey, Musham Harvey. I was growing up as a young kid, I was told that the older people, you gotta call them Musham, related or not. So Musham Lindsey, Musham Bob. I'd like to thank everybody for coming here. I've been a band counselor since 2011, and it was a learning process. I've only had the opportunity to work under one chief, and that's Chief Todd. I'd like to congratulate him again on his acclamation. I'd like to talk about a little bit about myself. It's hard being a counselor, you guys. Sure, we get monthly per diems of our salaries, $2,000 plus an extra $50. You know, it's hard. It's hard, and people think it's easy. It's not. Like, we're always on call. Our phones are always ringing. It's hard on a family life. They're always gone. Sometimes when we first started in 2011, we would meet from 10 o'clock. And sometimes we were going at 9, 10 o'clock at night. You know, it's hard. People think it's an easy life. It's not. Because you're working for the people. When you get elected, you work for the people. And then that's what we all have to remember. And we have to support each other. Whether you're elected or not, we have to all get along to make this place productive for Pasqua First Nation. I grew up out here as a young child in '65. My dad was always out working. My parents are late George Missens and Evelyn Obi. My mom was from Claypot, on part Cree, part Soto, and also Dakota on the Obi side. Like, we came across, there's stories about my Musham, 8 years old, walking across. with City Bowl. But you know, we've come a long way as Pasqua First Nation. Like I said, I grew up out here and I left at an early age. In 1983, I became a law enforcement. I worked for the RCMP for just about 10 years. You learned a lot from them. Put up with a lot of stuff, seen a lot of stuff going on in different communities. And when I come back here, I worked for Tribal Council for just about in 95 to 2007. You know, you learn a lot. I worked in the justice system, seen a lot of our youth, seen a lot of our elders. You know, it's not nice. Alcohol and drugs are hurting our community, especially our young people. Like, we all have to remember, talk to our kids, preach to them. They're our future, you guys. And another thing that kind of peeves me is you go in people's homes. What do? They unplug the fire detectors, smoke alarms. We can't do that, you guys. They're sitting there hanging there, no batteries. Sometimes they're off the wall. Like, we lost a house here a while back. We just about lost 2 people in there. It wasn't for that working smoke detector. Was able to wake them up and haul them out. But you know, we all have to get along. Like, there's 22 candidates. Fortunately, there's only 8. All 22 are good people. They all have good ideas. They all bring great ideas to the table. Back in 2011, I learned one valuable lesson. I made a commitment. I couldn't honor that commitment, and it still haunts me today. Because there's 8 of us sitting around a table plus the chief. We all have to get along. We all have to say, yeah, okay, let's do it. But you know, sometimes it's in the budgets. Sometimes it can't be done. But we all have to support each other to make this Pasqua First Nation viable. Look at all the good things that are spearheaded by the chief and council right now. That's because we get along. We're in it for Pasqua people. We're in it for the youth. We're in it for people. We're in it for the elders. Look at the elders. They have weekly or monthly meetings, bi-monthly meetings. But one thing though, we talk about communication. We talk about band meetings. A couple times we've had band meetings. Last time we had an audit meeting, last fall. How many people were here? How many people were in Regina? We talk about communication. Like, we have to come out and support each other to make Pasqua First Nation. We have the land base. We have one thing missing in our community for the youth. We can't swim in the lake. I've been thinking about a pool for many years for our youth, someplace to swim, but unfortunately, a lot of our money, our own resource money that we get from the flood, we get from TLE revenue dollars. It has to go to housing. Housing is a big issue out here. Like, sure, we have 13 houses coming up this year. So who wants a house? No, I'm just kidding. We all need housing. But the process is, you apply to the housing committee. Just like anything else, you apply. They make those recommendations. They pass those recommendations out to chief and council. So it's not, hey, I promise a house. No, it's not that. It's the people. It's the people of Pasqua that sit on the housing committee that make those decisions. And they pass them on to chief and council. Then it gets into a little discussion. But you know, all our discussions are the good for the people. And that's what we all have to understand. We work for the people. I'm your servant. Anybody that gets elected, you should be able to talk to them and be honest with them. And they should be honest with you. Like I said, I made a commitment of 2011. I'm sorry I made that commitment. I can't honor it. It was over cupboards. Little things like that. But you know, because we have to think about the bigger picture sometimes. The people. People's housing needs are a big issue out here. This year alone, we spent a lot of money on housing. We had our septic systems go down in a lot of those homes. It's $5,000 to $6,000 per unit to get fixed. Beatrice Obi there had a big problem with her septic. How long? That's only one. We probably fixed at least 10. And still trying to have to fix more. Like that alone is 50,000. Flood. Since 2011, we've had trouble with floods. We spent a lot of money. PDAP only covered a portion. We burnt out our fire truck because we needed a pump. We got a new different fire truck. Roads, we always get it. Roads need grading, need plowing. Yards need plowing. Look at the subdivision. We put up fences, we planted trees. But one big issue we need to do is start working with our youth. We all said it now. We have to honor them because they're our future. We also have to listen to the elders. Talk to the elders. I'm guilty of it. I grew up getting yelled at when I grew up in Pipot. Elders. My bloodline from Pipot. A lot of leaders come out of there. World War I veteran. Harry Ball. That's one of my great mushrooms. He developed a hospital. Port Capel. George Obi, World War II veteran. Things like that. My dad was a counselor here at one time. We all have to talk to the people, listen to the people, and when we have, I agree, communication is a big issue. A big issue. We need to communicate better. Like housing. We have a big issue in housing. That has to get addressed. Like when we have band meetings, we need people to come out and listen and give their input. Negative or positive, but at least we know. So I guess my commitment to you is be honest and be fair. Be equal to everybody. And one thing I'm still thinking about is we need a pool out here, you guys, for our kids. A pool. We can't swim in a beach. But unfortunately, a lot of our own source money goes to education, housing, AcDev. Like we gave out some AcDev projects here a little while ago. And one thing I'd like to thank is Delbert Pasqua. I was able to sit on one term with him, longtime counselor. Learned a lot from him. So thank you, Delbert. There's a lot of our experience sitting around. Lindsey, longtime chief, FSIN, sitting on council. People like that. Even when Bobby comes in and talks to us, there's a lot of experience sitting around. R&B. Everybody has an input. It's just a matter of listening. And that's what I want to be. So March 2nd, I'll be healthy. My leg is healing. So I'd like to thank you again for all coming out. Thank you. So March 2nd, X, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Kevin? Okay, one over here. Harvey, you're going to make me run. Oh, sorry, Harvey.
I just want to suggest that, all the people running for positions in the next coming election, especially on the youth. And in the back of my mind, it's always been that if there was ever a possible way that we could set up a two-sheet curling rink, and this would serve all the young and the old people as well, because the older people need exercises too, and I think with if a plan like this could ever materialize, there could be some tournaments out here from different reserves, inviting different reserves, and that would help the store development too, because it'll bring more income to the store and acquire more dollars. So this is the thing that bothering me. I've been thinking about for quite a while, and I just never brought it forward. But yeah, I agree with you that we have to really deal with the young people, because if we don't do it, we're going to lose another generation. Sure as hell the way it's going now. And each and every of us band members must do our best to show respect for the young people. love them because they feel we're going to get across. We're really going to get across by sending them to jail, hitting them, or getting down on their cases. No, there's not the answer. It's love and respect that we have to transfer these young people and respect and let them know that they're somebody. I can, we had a lot of good athletes here in Pasqua that could have won places, but you know, I had a grandson that played for the midgets Fort Capella, who won a Capella National Championship. But it wasn't only him. There was other hockey players that were could have really gone to the juniors, the next level. But you know, there's prejudice even in the rings. It's mostly white kids that get picked from the scouts, and these little Indian boys have talents that when their dreams are destroyed because that's as far as they can go, and that affects their life because they tried so hard, and it's in a game of hockey I'm talking about. And I'll tell you about my dad. My father was, he went to school in Delbert, and Father Murray come and got him from Notre Dame College, got him out of Delbert and took him to Notre Dame to play a few games. And what they were doing, they were growing him to the next level. And so finally he made it to the next level, which is mostly our Canucks junior team, the same category of Canapinis and Saskatoon player people. Well, he made it to most young. And I don't know how many games he played there, but he was sent back to the college. And that priest told him, he says, you know, you Indians will never, ever make it off the reserve. So that I got to thinking about, why did that priest tell him that? When he could have used a different tone of voice or a different theory to encourage him. We'll help you develop into the white society because, you know, you come out to reserve and all those Indians, you go to a boarding school with all Indians, and then you're dumped into white society. So it's a different thing. So that must have been hard on him to be amongst the white kids. And then go to another school in Moosha, another team in Moosha, all white kids again. That must have took a toll on him. So, so that is why thinking about why he didn't make it go any further than the juniors. But I was also told through the grapevine that at that time there was a couple of NHL scouts that were already looking at him. So this is where he went. So, like I said, we have potential. I coached some boys on reserve here, playing hockey, and I knew they had talent. And I knew they had a fighting spirit. And I know in the back of my mind, they could have went a little further, but you just don't tell them that being picked by scouts or from the junior level and stuff like that. They just didn't want to pick. And you're going to see it because they're still happening. So I just want to let you know that I'm in favor of your idea of working with young people. And I think this is where you have to pour a lot of energy into from here on in, is working with young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Like what was said before, thank you. That we have a lot of young people that are getting to be good athletes. We talked about boxing, we talked about hockey, we talked about fastball. I have a young son. He's a provincial champ twice, pitching as a young kid, Pee-wee and Bantam. Like we need to support our kids. We need to support our youth so they can become productive. But we also have to find them jobs, and that's where alcohol and drugs come in. We gotta preach to them, tell them no. But like we got a lot of good things coming up for our young people, jobs in the mines. So thank you again, Harvey, and I'd like to thank you again. Bye.
Question here?
No, I just have a couple questions for you, Kevin. Are you in housing?
Yes.
Okay. See, when you talk about smoke detectors, and you say they're hanging out on people's things there and that, see, I was one of those. I had to shut mine off for about 15 years since I moved in there in '99. The only reason it got fixed was because we're having a foster child coming over to our place. And now we finally got somebody in there that finally fixed that. So it's not like, we have to take them out, but when they're continuously going, we have to shut them off. So it's not, it's either keep them on all night and all day and have that continuous buzzing, but we have to, do something about that. And another thing, just to question you on, when you talk about a swimming pool, what kind of funding or what kind of ideas are you thinking about putting that in? I mean, it's doable, but I think you as a counselor should initiate that and find funding for that.
Thanks, Sheldon, for your comments. And right now, we do have housing going around checking on the smoke detectors and also fire extinguishers. And we're also, I've been away from the office for the last 3 weeks because of my health. And I know that we want to work on like an agreement with Fort Capel just to supplement what we have out here. We have our own fire truck, we have our own volunteer fire. But what I was thinking about, Sheldon, is that because we put a lot of money into housing through our own resource revenue, like in the last probably 4 years, we probably put in roughly $500,000 of our own source revenue that come from the flood. It came from TLE revenue, and that's what I was thinking about. But it's chief and council. We all have to get on the same page. Like, sure, we all have good ideas, but none of us have to agree. So sometimes housing, other needs come up versus a pool. Yes, we all agree we need a pool for our kids to swim. Yes, we do. I agree. But that's been my goal since 2011. Me and one of the former councillors talked about it, but unfortunately, our own source revenue has to go to homes and other areas. So thank you again, Sheldon. Thank you, Sheldon. Yes. We're not looking at federal dollars. We're looking at our own money. Looking at our own money that we get from our own source revenue, our revenue account in TLE and PEGWAS, and that's what we're looking at. We also have our flood dollars that we're looking at, but those are already earmarked. I agree with you, Sheldon. I agree with you. But look at the economy right now. Look at the economy. Look what happened in the province. Look at what's happening in the federal government. We have to go out and look for money. I agree with you. But we also have to hit up these big companies that we're dealing with. Look at. Yes, I agree with you. But what I'm also saying to Sheldon, federal and provincial governments have major cuts to everybody. Yes. I agree with you. That's why we need to put a plan together. We need to sit down. We need to develop a committee. Okay, this is where we want to go. Okay, I agree with you.
Okay, thank you, Sheldon. Thank you very well. Good questions. Thank you, Kevin, for responding. Okay, we're going to keep going. Next candidate, Delbert Adjugate. No? Edmund Jordan. Edmund sent his regrets. He's sick today. Lindsey Sear.
Yeah, they always save the best to last. Yeah, I'm just kidding. First of all, I want to welcome each and every one of you here, my friends, my relatives. I thank the cooking staff for food, candidates that put their name forward. This is not an easy task in selecting your council. There's a lot of work involved. I think you just heard the voice of two individuals, which maybe sometimes enter the council meeting where we have difficulties, but we have to work together. And I'm one of those people that believe in working together. I want to thank Harvey for opening our meeting with prayer. We always try to put the Creator before all else, and we always try to finish that way. And when we do that, we're successful. A lot of our work that we've done within the last 2-3 years has been partnerships, and so that I don't reiterate a lot of what has already been said, the work that goes on at that level is difficult, but also as equally difficult is working the level of the government. When we have to work with the ministers, the deputy ministers, the people that are in charge of the specific programs, the RDG level, we have to be well versed in what we're doing. And we have to be careful what we say. We know what it's like in meeting government head on. We have a lawsuit against the federal and provincial government on TLE right now on 5 points, which I'm sure Todd will talk about at the end of this forum. And it makes government negotiations for money very difficult for us because we've taken the position. But one thing it has done, it has made government very leery of us also in terms of dealing with us and how they deal with us. I would say that in this area, Pasqua Band has taken the leadership in pretty much all areas. Whether it's maintenance of its community, whether it's doing the work with the people, our cultural work that we've done over the last 4 years, Delmer and Delbert and the other people, Harvey and Henry, were part of those celebrations that we had, I suppose you'd call them, ceremonies. Very deep rooted into our ways, because we know we can't give up what our forefathers have brought down to us and taught us. The treaties that they've left for us, I had questions about that since I've brought it up in the last because they didn't fully understand what I meant when I said that our grandchildren, our children unborn yet, have paid for that. When you look at the education, you look at the economic development, you look at taxation,
You look at housing, you look at all the aspects of life in which our forefathers had put on the discussion table at the signing of treaty. We gave up an awful lot in terms of sharing. Not giving up the land, but sharing the land. There's no such thing as giving up the land. When you talk to the old people about how they understood, it was never possible to give up the land, because how could you give up a person in your family, your mother, your father? Mother Earth was Mother Earth, like mother, sacredness, their understanding of their spirituality. You could never give that up. Yet we shared it, and the billions and trillions of money that has been born from that for non-Indian people, and the tax that they run off, the royalties and one thing another, that was ours. That was yours, that was your children's, that was your grandchildren's, and the one unborn yet. They have paid for their education. No such thing as free education. They've paid. And we can never let government understand, never let government tell us different. They have to understand that. When we made presentations in Swift Current last year, the Premier said that we got it all wrong. We don't understand our treaties. And yet our treaties were brought down to us in a spiritual way. Because the old people, while the discussions were going on, they were having their ceremonies in the hills. And it wasn't just individuals, it was groups of the chiefs, spokespeople, their guidance, their counselors. They were speaking through their ceremonies to the Creator, getting that spiritual guidance, so that we would never lose what it was that they were agreeing to. Those are things that we have to truly understand when we go into the negotiations. And I know that Delbert did a lot of helping when he was in council to make sure that governments, the industry, and the different people that continuously met with us knew and understood our position. Todd is going to get up here in a little while. He's going to talk about some of these partnerships that we've got. When we talk partnership, it's not just the jobs that we're looking for. We're looking for the revenue. What have they extracted out of the minerals, out of the ground? What are some of those things that we feel that are sacred in our traditional lands? It wasn't just where we picked berries or where we buried our dead or where we hunted or where we fished. We lived the whole area. We didn't just save and ask government to look after those areas now. And that's the direction they're going. We have to identify our traditional areas, and then we have, that's not the way it is. The whole land is traditional as far as I'm concerned. We have to understand it that way. So as we go into the discussions, we go into negotiations, we have to be prepared mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually in what we're doing. And this council has done that. They've supported everything that is going on right now, and we support one another. I know that we have discussions. When you get elected to council, it's your job to question what's going on in the other areas, whether it's education, economic development, maintenance, health, wherever. It's your job as a councillor to question that, because that's why the people put you there. So you got to make sure that everything is, even though we have portfolios and we run our portfolios, councillors still have to say. I'd just like to finish off by what we're doing right now. Kevin and Shelley and Fabian doing the alcohol program. We run 2 years now on the alcohol program. Out of that, we've got 20-some participants. We've got probably about 12 graduates that that benefited fully, that are shutting down and they're quitting. Sure, we get a lot of relapses in one thing and another. They come back in the next program and we try again. We can't stop trying. It's one of the things that we pray for in our pipe ceremonies, is that we never stop trying. We continue to try. With the program that we're running with bringing the children home, there's 53 children that are with the province. We're trying to bring those children home, or at least have them knowledgeable of what their home is all about when they reach the age of 18, because there's lots of benefits that they have from here. So on the 2nd of March, I know there's a lot of things that I've wanted to say, but we don't have the time. I ask for your support. I've been with the band for years and years. I've been with the band when it started with 3 employees, I think it was. Bob Keegan was one of them, he was the band manager. I think Grace was the welfare administrator, and I think it was Gail Gordon was the bookkeeper. Back then, that's all the staff we have. Now we have 80-some staff. So I've been around, I've pushed hard for what I believe. That's what I believe in, creating work, creating opportunity, and I know that with what we have now, we will probably be able to offer everybody that wants employment over the next 2 years. So with that, I ask for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindsey. Any questions for Lindsey? Oh, he's up here. Okay, I'll go to Harvey, and I'll go to the back, and then I'll go here.
Lindsey, I thought you made things were not listening. I just want to say that about the school system, I thought they were, at least it had no knowledge that they were supposed to continue to teach the treaties in the schools. I don't know if it's happening or not.
When I was in the executive, it was one of my responsibilities of education, and treaties was very close to me, so I hired some staff and we were able to put treaties into the classrooms. We had a large problem with teachers that didn't want to teach in the white schools, but we hired on teachers from our own and we put them in the schools and they did their programs and one thing down. Teachers in teaching treaties in the classroom is still there, but it's low key because the white province and one thing or another don't want to push that. But it's still there and we're still pushing it again.
Where's my child support?
No, that was Sheldon. Sheldon wanted to ask something.
Okay. I'll keep going. Sheldon, come first.
Lindsey, I was just wondering about that program you're talking about for the drugs and alcohol. Have you guys tried to implement any kind of an outreach program where you actually cruise the villages?
Actually,
you know, I've had a lot of trouble in the village over here, right?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you had anything to say about that.
Part of our recruitment process, we have our young people that through the court, when they get caught for violence or drugs and alcohol, or even through our program with Touchwood, there's Maxine is, what's her program? ICFS. She gets calls from band members, and then she will go in, and if there's a drug problem or alcohol problem, then that's part of the recruitment to our program. We have a lot of those people that have children, singles, that come into the program. So they do. What we're doing right now to get accreditation, once we get our full accreditation, we're gonna ask the court if to recognize our outpatient treatment program so that they will, part of the sentencing of those ones that are more seriously charged will come to us. So hopefully we can do, help them in-house. We haven't got too many of those. We've got some people that are on bracelets that are coming, and we try to help as many as possible. We don't send anybody away, that's for sure. And we always have a good start, but we always wind up with maybe half of what we started with.
Sheldon, Lorraine took your questions. You'll have to wait.
Wait, Lindsey, not done yet. Sticking to the treaties you were talking about, the implementation of them into the schools, I was able to go into our school and talk to the grades 3 and 4. They're a little too young yet, but what's happening is these teachers are taught a crash course on trees, and they're right. And I don't think it's working. I talked with Lori Tucker on that from the tribal council, and I've also Treaty 4 is able to talk some of the students that come from Regina, not knowing their identity, not knowing what a treaty is. A lot of them are not getting it into their heads what a treaty is. I think this has to be looked at in the percentage of it. Is it working or is it not working? For me, I don't think it's hitting base yet, and it has to, because the importance of trees. Our future generation has to know, because all these bills that are impacting us now that are coming to Parliament, they're affecting our treaties, and this is where we have to keep fighting, but we're not going to be able to do that unless we have our young ones learn that. This is what I don't know what any way of revising it or what, but could you comment on that?
The intent at the time when we were implementing the program is that the provincial teachers that were in the grade schools at least were going to take classes. We were to set up classes for the teachers so that we do 2 or 3 days. And I know 2 or 3 days to learn and understand the treaties. If you don't want to understand the treaties the way we the Morse book is one way of understanding the treaties, but the Morse book is only half true. That the Indian side of the treaties is not portrayed in that Morse book. And that's what they try to use on us. They try to use the Morse book everything had to be referred to something in history. But when you look at history, it didn't properly identify what the treaties were on the Indian side. Their understanding, what they were agreeing to. So there's the Morse book is only half right. I would say that what we have to do is we have to push our own politicians. I know we're not getting very far with today's politicians, with the PC government, and they're very staunch against treaties. But I think in the school system, we have to push our own politicians to start making sure that what we had set out at the beginning is what's going to follow through. Because my understanding is they didn't teach the teachers. It's our own teachers that are going out into the province to teach in the schools that are out there. I'm not talking so much about our own Indian schools. That wasn't really a problem. Like you say, that teaching treaties in the classroom was at a grade 7, 8, and up level. It didn't hit the younger ones, like you say. It's kind of missing because you got to get your texts and all your curriculum and one thing another down to that level. So you're right. Somebody's got to push it. And that's where we have to push as a council. We have to push our own executive to make sure that that happens. So that's one way of dealing with it.
Okay, one more question?
Lindsey, I just want to commend you on some of the things that you've been doing. But I think this goes not just to you, but I think for all of the candidates that are running. I spoke to somebody about 4 or 5 months ago, and one of the things he pointed out was that if they're going to give if councillors are going to give themselves $100,000, he's okay with that. But they have to bring $100,000 back into the community. So what I'd like to see with each of these, the candidates that are running, that if they can do that, I'm in agreement that, they want that kind of money, great. As long as they can, put that back in. So I just wanted to say that.
Do you want to respond? No?
Yeah, I'll respond.
Okay.
I think that's one of the questions that we had, because we've had a number of these 4 years of spiritual ceremonies. We do bring a lot of money in order to pay for these types of ceremonies and one thing and another. And for all of the people, I would say that we brought in from the outside, we got outside money. We didn't use inside money, band monies in order for that. But on the chief and the councillors and one thing and another, I think that's the way it's going to have to go. If the salaries are going to be increased, something that we have to talk about very quickly, and how that's going to happen, so that so that it's not a drawn band money. People are going to have to go out and look for their own money. I agree with that 100%.
Okay, one more question.
Just when you said that, when you mentioned earlier about was it the courts that have to decide whether are treated to be taught in schools?
No.
No.
I was talking about the court. When we certify our outpatient treatment program that we have here, we would like the court to use us as their people, rather than sending them out to institutions outside, to send them internally.
Yeah. Okay, just want to share the idea on that. Our treaties are so strong that even the courts fear them. I know that already for a fact because I proved it personally. And these are the things that our kids need to learn to become educated. It's how to present themselves in court so they can walk out of court. And right now, as it stands, that the judges, they got to lower the case. So they just pick up their laws so that you can become incarcerated, even though you make a plea in the proper way. Even that they overlook. So when they do that, when they break their own laws, then they become the outlaw. The judges become the outlaw. The RSMBs become the outlaws. And like I always say, Geneva says that there's no nation from another country who enters another nation's country must not make and apply their laws. And that's what's happening with us today. And we're so brainwashed, we just accept what they do, the way they want. So we got to overcome that. We got to teach our kids how to deal with these people. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lindsey. Okay, I want to go through a second call for candidates. I'll call them in the order that they came out of the bucket. Burton Sear. Delbert Jacques.
I'd like to say welcome to everybody this afternoon. It's good to see everybody out supporting the forum today, even though it's like a cold day out here. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Harvey for the prayer he provided with us today for the ceremonies here today. I'd like to congratulate the newly acclaimed chief, Todd Keegan. Also like to congratulate Todd for preserving our trees and challenging both levels of government for PFR that they're trying to slip through here this year. So wish you best of luck there, Todd, on the challenge. I'd also like to acknowledge the membership for sponsoring and organizing today's forum here today. Thank you all, Lorraine, for helping out with the soup and bannock and the sandwiches and all your helpers there you had today. Also like to congratulate all the candidates for stepping forward and accepting the challenge. The challenge that many of you have spoken of today. That challenge being to carry the membership voice for change and to work towards the betterment of our reserve for our future generations, our kids, our grandkids, the generations coming from them in years to come here. So with that, I'd like to say thank you all today for coming out today. Just a little bit about myself. I won't take too much of your time. A lot of you probably don't remember me, but a lot of us attended school here in reserve together. We sat in the same classrooms together, either that or else we ran outside at recess and lunchtimes together. So we go back a long ways here in the last 40 years or so. A lot of you might remember me from hanging out with a lot of my relatives. A lot of my relatives are still living here on the reserve. And there's a lot of people that really haven't met me yet. But being able to grow up with my grandparents in reserve here, I remember meeting a lot of your parents and your mushrooms and your coconuts here on this reserve, from this reserve, this community. If you don't know me, my name is Jacques, and this is my first time running for a public position here at Pasqua here. What I'd like to say is that I bring honesty, reliability, and respect with this position coming forward here. What I also bring to this position is self-motivation. This self-motivation I'll utilize to complete the tasks set forth that our membership has asked us to do, to carry that voice and carry that challenge towards us. I'd like to thank Sheldon for throwing down and asking that challenge put forth of all the counselors here, bringing it. If you're asking for a raise, to bring that money back into the community, it's important. It's important that we do that, to bring that effective money back here, so we can all utilize it and profit from it. So right now, I'd like to ask your support to sit on council and strive for achievements. This achievement coming such things that I believe as through elders' participation, seeking our elders' knowledge, traditional knowledge and input into their activities. Like Harvey was saying, they want activities for exercise and that. So he was asking for stuff like a curling rink and that. So stuff like that. Getting that knowledge from them and asking for that traditional knowledge to come back, so we can sit with them, in council and at their homes, and just to go visit them and make them more accessible and easier to approach. So living. I've also continued to ask for elders to consult in both political and spiritual advice. So I find that very important to utilize that knowledge from our elders, that knowledge that they have. So being from Regina, living in Regina for the last 20 years of my life, the membership base in Regina and the urban centers there, a lot of the membership is getting a little bit older. They've asked me to bring up maybe supporting volunteers based urban elders lounge or
gathering place for themselves. Primary purpose they want is like what's going on, what they're asking for is, is to be active again, to be a place to sit down, have coffee with each other, talk about their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, what's going on in their lives. Maybe also an opportunity to go and sell soup and bannock or tacos, whatever they need to fundraise for themselves. Also, a lot of them are still very active in driving, so just give them an opportunity to help out other urban members by arranging transportation to their medical appointments or whatever other type of appointments that they have. If urban members don't have access to a vehicle or are unable to get there themselves. Also, there's also another use would be to help cater functions that are sponsored by the reserve from the Chief Council. Those things those are given those opportunities to continue to be a part of the community, but while living off the reserve. There's been talk about what's happening in the schools here. Our school-age children. One thing that I would continue to do is support and expand development of our kids in such areas as sports and recreation and those type of activities. Cultural activities. There's a youth young group here. That's a start. We all got to start somewhere, and having the opportunity to have a youth young group is important. So it's a start, and we can carry on with that type of cultural activities for our youth. Start somewhere, and continue to promote healthy lifestyles amongst our youth. Stay away from the drugs and the alcohol. We always talk about drugs and alcohol influencing our kids. So continue to support those healthy lifestyles, healthy choices that they're making for themselves too. It's positive choices. And for us ourselves, being role models for those examples that we're setting up for our youth. How about possibly maybe pre-trades training on the reserve, where we are having a partnership deals with all these corporations. Why not bring those trainings to the reserve here, to our kids, to training in the schools before, so they can be trained here rather than training off the reserve, be it pipeline or mechanics or something like that at the high school level, grade 10, 11, and 12, introductory level courses into the trades. Also, what's important, I feel, is that we're talking about treaties. Our youth need to be educated on the treaties. We can have forums for the kids in this hall. Bring them here to talk about the treaties and let them understand what our treaties have meant to us, our elders, ourselves here, for our children and our grandchildren, and how important it would be to leave that legacy as far as understanding the treaties for our children and our grandchildren, the young adults, and continue supporting the present initiatives for training and employment for our kids, our young adults, our 18 to 25, 18 to 30-year-old young adults who are having difficulties finding that employment on the reserve here. Continue to support those programs and initiatives that are set up right now. Also, we talked about urban initiatives or urban elders here wanting some feedback on. Some urban initiatives that were also mentioned was also the communication gap here. They would like to see a lot of dialogue, more access to the publications surrounding what's going on in the reserve, this reserve level here. More information-based sessions on the reserve like this. Band hall community band hall meetings. They take those back to Regina at urban centers. Touch a little bit with the academic part that's happening right now. Lots of good projects are happening by current administration. Continue on supporting those initiatives that they got going. To continue to support the partnerships with the corporate and government agencies right now. And also the treaties, enhanced dialogue from our elders, our retired politicians, to continue working in forums and discussion groups like this, so we can work on preserving our treaties and enhance what we got now and establish that, because that omnibus bill that was passed 2, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, it's starting to take effect now. So like a lot of our politicians, ex-politicians and elders have said, it's important to preserve those that treaty that was put forth, that was given to us. So just in closing, I wish all the candidates good luck for the rest of the way here. And as we all make our promise to carry the membership voice, to improve our reserve in the best way that we know how for our future generations. I also wish you all good health and good life. And to thank my family and friends and my supporters today. I have campaigned the best way that I know how. So on March 2nd, I humbly ask for your support for your vote on March 2nd. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions, Joe? Sheldon?
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify something. It has nothing to do with you, Delbert. It's for our present council here and our chief. They don't make 100,000. I was referring to some other reserve. Somebody had to bring that up.
Okay, no need to respond. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Sal. Okay, next name, second call, Roberta Dubois.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, we ran a little late. I wasn't feeling good for the last couple of days, and we're in the doctor's appointment today. Anyway, again, I'd like to thank Harvey for the prayer and the blessing. I'd like to thank everyone that came out to bear the cold and be part of the candidates forum. I'd like to thank all the people that contributed and put their efforts into making this possible. My grandparents are Maggie Crow and Fred Dubois. My parents are Ronald Dubois and Emily Maple. My partner is Jackson, and together we have 5 children, with 1 foster boy and 1 very bossy granddaughter. When I grew up, as children, we grew up on and off Pasqua. We never stayed. We always left. I'm not sure why. But as a young adult, I had no communication with Pasqua. Didn't know our community. Didn't know anything about it. There was a sense of, I guess maybe a sense of non-belonging. And I strongly believe that was because of the communication. We developed a lack of communication at some point. And we have a huge population off reserve that really feel like this is their community and they would want to connect with the community. When I grew up as an adult, I became very aware that Pasqua was home. I knew my treaty card number, but I didn't know Pasqua. So I made many attempts to come out and visit family and friends, and made many lifelong friends. And I knew one day I was going to move back home. I knew one day that I was going to be part of the community in some way or another. I think I put myself in that situation in any community that I did live in. I became part of the community, whether it was volunteer or whether it was working really hard. I've traveled many areas in my life. I've gone overseas many times. I've lived in Manitoba most of my adult life. Lived in Regina part of my adult life. Currently at the moment, I'm the manager and owner of a retail shop. It's a liquidation and consignment shop located in Fort Capel, We opened up roughly almost 2 years now. We've been open, but we had a couple of stumbles through lease agreements and failures of lease agreements and building, selling underneath us, and then fighting to gain back the finances that was lost. Anyway, through that though it was just a complete blessing. We became part of the community, not just Fort Capel, but Fort Capel and surrounding area, and the surrounding area is so vast. We became part of even Saskatoon. We developed friendships in Saskatoon. We developed partners in Saskatoon. We developed in BC. We developed all over Canada. We became partners and business associates and friends. There was something that I recognized becoming part of a community, a vast community in Fort Capel, that there was a huge need for food. There was a huge need not just for food in Fort Capel, but surrounding areas. We would support fundraising programs and always donate. So donating, we developed relationships, and we're always asked to come out and be part of a community. And we recognized that there was a need. So we partnered again with organizations, nonprofit, even profitable organizations, and we developed a poverty prevention food program. And now we're going even further with that. We're going more into clothing, household. Like it's just phenomenal, and it's kind of growing on its own too. And I'm really excited about it, really proud. And we're also developing a disaster relief committee, and partnering up with other organizations throughout Saskatchewan. And one of the things that we recognized was, again, the fire issue. There is a fire issue, bless the 2 babies that were lost, but these things happen and people don't know where or how to gain resources, and one of those resources would be developed through our program and through our store. So that's exciting. I'm really excited about that. So, and another opportunity that we're looking into is recycling program. My husband is completely 100% addicted to recycling, and it's almost annoying. We can't throw nothing away, and our truck is so full. And so, but now living on a reserve, it's a whole lot harder now, and he's feeling the stress of it, and because we don't have recycling in our community, and I really believe that we could, because it's such an opportunity, and it's not just bottles, it's everything, literally everything. We throw almost nothing out. We end up with a truckload. Either we race it to Regina because we're always there, or we race it to Fort Capel, or I actually take it back to the shop with me or something, right? So recycling is a huge issue for us. And the thing is that it's a dignity. If you bring dignity to your community and to your home, that dignity takes a whole nother place, and it takes a whole nother, it presents yourself as a different person. You develop personal awareness and personal accomplishments, and you grow from there. Dignity is something that we can develop stronger, and possibly through even simply as recycling. And in our landfill, we can literally, that can be a huge task that we could be a leader, like it could develop into a leadership role in other communities. People would recognize it. My background, I come from a very, very diverse background in Sunrise. I have worked in many nursing homes because I absolutely love it. I worked in hospitals, I've worked in healthcare, I've worked in financial institutions, I've worked in capital corporations, nonprofit organizations. I'm the founder of South Saskatchewan Aboriginal Women's Network, and that was just, we just started as just a talking group, and we grew from there, and we developed friendships, and we became a very strong group of women, and we would present opportunities for young girls and develop young girls and push young girls into whether it's life skills or independence or education or self-awareness. It was really, that's a blessing in itself. I just absolutely love it. I'm a member of the Women's Entrepreneurs of Saskatchewan, and I'm also a member of Chamber of Commerce. Again, being a part of that has developed huge for me. I've gained a lot of connections, not just connections through financial opportunities, but connections through nonprofit. And also, the biggest part of my life has been volunteering. That's probably where my heart is. I think at some point, our shop will probably go nonprofit, and those funds will either be brought into our own community or surrounding community, but because there's such a need for it. But volunteering has brought me Volunteering has brought me so aware of where we're at and how we can get better. My vision is to work together and build a very strong, sustaining, active, leading community. I gotta go really faster. I strongly believe that through financial investments, developing in financial opportunities, I think through financial opportunities that we can develop a very prosperous community. I see other communities growing and expanding through financial opportunities, like LBB. They're developing Tim Hortons, Whitecap Casino. These opportunities provide other opportunities. And then through active community support and community programming, community gatherings, community development in partnering with relationships of outside organizations, and becoming a leader and becoming a leading community. That would be like one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams is that we could be that leading community that other communities look at too and look at as a reference. One of the big opportunities, and this is a huge opportunity that we have, is our school. Our school, we could develop really, really amazing kids. We just need to get active on our school board and get active and create our school system so that it is equivalent to the school system outside of Pasqua First Nation and develop opportunities. This right now is just like what Connie said, there's issues there and we need to address them as soon as possible because these are our future. These are our future children. And I wouldn't want to be that person to not be able to say, I'm sorry that I failed you in education. Anyway, thank you so much everyone for supporting me and thank you for coming out and I appreciate everyone listening and I apologize, I'm very nervous. Have a good day and have a good night, drive safe and be warm.
Thank you. Any questions for Roberta? Comment? Should I have a question? Okay. Questions, yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say thank you, but
You just did, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Roberta. Okay, next candidate, session called. Eugene Sear. He was here. Donnie Strong Eagle. Genova Pasqua. Delbert Educative. Anybody seen Eugene? You come and talk to me. He was here. Did he leave? Did he go home? Is he smoking?
He's not home.
He's gone, okay. So tonight we had 15 candidates present. In Regina we had 17 candidates. I want to thank you all for your ears, your hearts, and your good questions. I'm going to invite the chief to come up and say a few words. Oh, hang on a minute, just quick announcement. Yep. Okay. Okay, the kitchen sink, we got some bread there, some food. You can come and take some.
I just want to mention one thing is that a friend of mine owns a bakery, so we deliver a lot of free bread, and it's fresh, it's made that day. We delivered a lot of it to Fort Capel and surrounding churches and stuff, but there's been a number of times that we brought it out here and we did door to door. A lot of times no one's home or whatever, but and it's fresh, that was made today, so if you guys are more than welcome to it, and if not, it's going to the church in Fort Capel. So help yourself.
Thank you very much. Okay. Make sure you get some toys you got.
Thank you, Richard. Again, I want to thank Richard for moderating tonight. I think he did a swell job. I want to give Richard a round of applause. I also want to thank my good friend Harvey for the prayer that he offered today and for the meals that he's blessed. And you know, we have to always walk in prayer wherever we go. I want to thank the ladies and those that assisted in regards to providing the food tonight, or this afternoon and into this evening. I also want to thank each and every one of the candidates that have shown up tonight. And the people of Pasqua have a decision to make on March 2nd on who's going to take us into the next 2 years. And at the last session, I talked about a number of things, and there's things I didn't talk about. And when I talk about having an exciting 2 years, one of the band members were looking at my book and we were looking at my speech, and it was all a bunch of blank pages. And he asked, "Where's your speech?" I said, it's right here. Because one of the things that we didn't talk about was, and I didn't talk about it the last session, was governance. What is governance? How do we get to governance? And I talked about INAC and Indian Northern Affairs and the Indian Act, the implementation and legislation that is being implemented on First Nations people throughout this country. What do we do in terms of enforcing and implementing our own governance process? Because when our forefathers developed and when they sat there with the spirit and intent of sharing this land and its resources with the newcomers, they did not have intentions for us to experience hardship. I'm sure our forefathers did not have intentions for us to experience poverty, to experience disease, to experience assimilation. That was not what our forefathers had intended for us. Because when we talk about the spirit and intent, the spirit, the Creator caring for each and every one of us would not put that upon us. But we as peoples, we turn around and we allow the government to turn around and implement. And we see that whole process from from the disease, smallpox, scurvy, residential school, the 60s baby school, implementation of legislation right from the 1960s buffalo jump policy. And what is that buffalo jump policy? It's just that. We all know what a buffalo jump is. A buffalo jump is buffalo jump, they go over the cliff, they die. And that was the 1960 white paper policy, basically called the buffalo jump. But we allow it as First Nations people because we do not have a plan of action. And the last session I talked about a plan of action. What is that plan of action? How do we develop those resources? How do we develop the resources in order to do the fight that we're going to be expecting? When you go to the government and say, I am my own governance, they'll say, okay, push you aside, you're your own governance. So how do you operate? How do you fulfill the need of housing and health and education and youth and economics? You need that plan. And I outlined that plan last session in regards to what we're doing in regards to our surrender claim, what we're doing in regards to industry. And part of that whole process is also implementing your own governance process. We were not in treaties. We were not intended to have someone make the decisions in our lives. We as a people have that right. And I go back to some of the elders, and I mentioned that some of the elders that are not here today, I really, really respect and glad that I listened to them. Just to name a few, I remember when I sat with late George Canapinis and Billy Boy Pasqua. The things they told me. Late Andrew Gordon, Andy Gordon, Lauren Stevenson, Willie Keegan, James Arneagle, and Stanley Pasqua and Clara Pasqua. And the gist of all those elders that I just mentioned, and there's numerous others, they always mention, and you remember the old people when you talk to, especially the men, hey boy, they would call you that. And I always remembered one distinct comment. Hey boy, if you understand your treaties, no one can touch you. I mulled over that for a long time. And I'm not talking a long time, about a week or 2 weeks, but years. Years to over. I understand my treaties. I know what those treaties are. So when you just look at those treaties that were developed, a treaty is a government-to-government relationship and certain issues. And we talked about them tonight. We heard it. We heard housing. We heard education. We heard taxation. A lot of those things were talked about in treaty. What was not talked about in treaty? Your right to gather. You're gathering tonight. Your right to fish, hunt, trap. Your right to cross international boundaries. Your right to create and know who your own citizens are. The right to create your own laws as a governance. But we need the people and we need the resources to get that done. And that's what I came out to understanding what the elders talk about. If you know your treaties, boy, no one can touch you. And that's what I've come to believe in. Because the treaties are just that, and you think outside those treaties, everything else around it are resources. Our elders always told us there was no word for I own in any language. When the newcomers came, the elders said, we'll share with you. I cannot give you what I do not own. That what is not mine. Well, right away, the Europeans said, hey, they don't own it, let's take it. Because that society is looked at in regards to how I could benefit through material things. How big my house is, if I have a Cadillac or a BMW or a Chevy. That's what the society brought in. And that's not us. But it goes back to governance. How do we govern our people? I always talk about our First Nation is not a community. A community is the town of Fort Capel that is diverse of many different cultures, religions, and traditions. A community is the hamlet of Edgeley. Pasqua is, Chief Pasqua was a Soto representative. Pasqua, Soto Nation. I can't say Pasqua, a Ukrainian or German or Hungarian. It's a Soto First Nation. And that word nation, nationhood, nation building, it has to be created by the people that belong to that nation, which is each and every one of you, and the 1,218 years of age and older band members that belong to Pasqua. That has to create that legislation, that governance that we need. But first, before we do that, we need those resources, because we have to fight that fight, because that will come if you do that. If we implement our own governance system, we have to do the fight. Because no doubt it won't be us fighting. It'll be the provincial government and the federal government, because now we will be implementing our own nationhood. Our own, who is our band member, who is our citizen, rather than a band member. What is our election system going to look like? What is our land system going to look like? What is our laws going to look like? And the best one I can describe it that I've seen so far to date is the Standing Rock Reservation. The Standing Rock Reservation tries every legal proceedings except capital crimes. And the state recognizes the jurisdiction of the Standing Rock Reservation as their own nationhood. So how do we get there? There's that plan. And we're developing that plan. And that plan will come forward once we know we have the sufficient resources, financial resources, to continue doing what we need to do in terms of the roads, the housing, the education, and the list goes on. And that's what we're doing. And that's why I said these next 2 years are going to be an exciting 2 years, because we deal with the first hurdle is trying to get into financial resources, and once we achieve that, then we start building in regards to what is this to make our people's lives more comfortable. Not in terms of giving all the money away or anything like that, but I'm talking about providing decent accommodations. I can't do that right now with $317,000 a year in band-based capital. Gwen talked about how many homes that were built over the last few years. But we can do more. But when we bring people back to our First Nation, we also have to be able to develop a process on how they're going to sustain their livelihoods here by creating that employment. From our last session on January 31st to today, we have a partnership with a company called Athabasca Basin Security. And last week, or week before last, we received a $2 million contract to provide security services for the KNS Potash Mine in Bethune. So that's a hurry up process, because we have to all of a sudden get 15 people trained. So last week, 10-hour days, they were training 15 individuals in here. And these 15 individuals, once they complete the course, are guaranteed employment for the next 2 years. Now that happened since January 31st to now. Next week, we're going to know if we're going to be getting any other more contracts on the bigger contract on the Line 3 replacement. But in saying that, there's stipulations. How is Pasqua involved in protecting the environment, being stewards of the environment? That process is also happening. Because last session I said, I have nothing to lose. But industry does. So you'll fight like a son of a gun because you have nothing to lose. But how do we benefit, not as a chief or as a council, but as providing the employment that our people need, but also to be respectful of the environment that our forefathers said we need to look after. Because we got to keep that here moving forward. Because if we don't do that today, then tomorrow we want hardship for our children. And we love our children, and we will not do that to them. So those are the things that we're working on in order to try and sustain, in order to try to provide the employment needs, the training opportunities for individuals. And as I mentioned before, we as the chief and council have to provide the opportunities. I can't provide you a livelihood. The council can. But we have to provide you the opportunities that you can turn around and make use of. My good friend Wally Obi, he just got back from camp. Ruby talked about it as well, Ruby Arnigan. You know, Wally Obi and Jesse Obi and some of the other boys from the reserve were living on camp. And that program is over because we fulfilled that contract and provided the construction camp and building it. So now we're looking at other ones. We're looking at, I believe Leroy Obi mentioned Safeway or Safeway. And that also is living on camp and providing the scaffolding services. So we're trying to provide the opportunities, but we need people to make use of those opportunities. To say, I want to take this, but there's no training dollars. Because we're saying it should be a commitment or an individual, because at the end of the day, your benefit is employment. And if you make it through, you will get that employment. These 15 last week, they make it through, then they get employed then beginning March 9th. And it was open for people that, when they're a band member from Pasqua, if they're living in the city of Regina, there'll be a shuttle every day from Regina going to and from the mine. And it provides security services. Those that are going to be leaving from the Pasqua First Nation will be shuttled also, but will be living on camp for 7 days. 12-hour days, 84 hours a week, and then 7 days off. So, some of you women that want to get away from your men, take the training. Some of you men that want to take away from your women, take the training. And those that do go into the employment and live on camp, don't call me to bring your honeys home because you're missing them. And she left. Wally's wife was here, so I was bugging her because she was texting me about trying to get Wally from camp. So these are the opportunities we're trying to provide. And again, it's up to each and every one of us as people belonging to Pasqua to take those opportunities and run with them. And if we don't do that, then we're not doing anything here. And it goes back to the comments Mr. Keegan said earlier. You know, the chief of council should be able to look at finding those resources to come back in order to do other things. You know, Councillor Lyle Keegan, he's working with Dubois Industries. Dubois Industries in White City. The guy that owned Dubois Industry now wants to partner with Pasqua to create a manufacturing plant in Fort Capel. So we're proceeding on purchasing the building and lands. And if you don't know how to work in that industry, we will show you. And they're projecting, I think, 15 or 20 individuals to be employed right away. And because if they're going to be leaving from here, we'll take us your work. And then you can go and use Little Blackbird Tim Hortons to eat because they'll be up and running by then. And those are some of the opportunities we're trying to put together. Because at the end of the day, when mom and dad are working in that, and the children see mom and dad are working, there's more sense of pride. And then that overflows into the schooling. Because then you have children going to the school that we don't have to also provide meals, hot meals for them each and every day. We provide 2 meals for our children every day in school. Because some of them are coming to school without no lunch. So those are some of the things that we have to be able to do. And with those other resources, and as I mentioned last time, doing the expansion, the $13 million project for Pasqua, Chief Pasqua Education Center. What is that plan? That plan is to develop that school into a full-fledged high school with your full-fledged lab, your full-fledged biology and computer. But we're going to expand on that. We're going to have culinary, carpentry, electrical, plumbing, and welding. So when you graduate from grade 12 from CPEC in the future, you will also leave with a certificate in your first or second year, because your summer jobs will be your placement on what you're training for. So those are the things we're working on in order to turn around and start looking at future. Because I would like to come to a band meeting when I'm 79, 85, 94 years old and seeing all the good things that the chief and council are doing in the future. Because we have to start somewhere. So, again, that's just some of the things in a snapshot. I could talk about our claims, and I can talk about our litigation. But I'm getting nods over here because apparently the Oscars are on. I'm getting the nods from the women, the Oscars are on. And I'm getting a nod from some of the men because they don't want to go watch the women's curling in finals. So, in saying that, I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank our elders. I want to thank the women. I want to thank the youth. I want to thank the candidates for putting their name forward. Because there's tasks that are going to be set before the council in these next 2 years. And I agree with the comments that Councillor Chakou's Beverly made. That it shouldn't have to be me at the band meetings talking about all the programs and services. It should be the council. That the portfolios they look after. In saying that, I want to thank Richard. I want to thank Kevin. I want to thank Harvey. And most of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out and being concerned and interested in your First Nation. Ahay, Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Chief. Just before we close with a prayer, remember that elections are determined by the people who show up. So hopefully we see you on March the 2nd. Come on and vote. Bring the other delegates along, and we'll have a good election. With that, I'm going to turn to our elder for thank you prayer for everything tonight.
Oh, first of all, before I say my prayer, I just want to share with you some good news that, we those American Indians are being watched around the world. That saying that it doesn't mean we're going to go around causing a little bit of shit. It was not that. They're probably looking at us for our qualities. And there was another leader that came to visit us one time, and he said, "When are you Indians going to wake up? We're waiting, So we're being watched." Another international lawyer told Brian and I, he says, "You're being watched. You're being watched." So that means we have to pick our mentality up, our ways of thinking, build a good heart, good feelings, good thoughts, and most of all, develop some good friendship with everybody, not only our own union people, but with every human being around here. So this is our Indian law. It's called Swahili, love one another, respect one another. So this is how we have to think, and how to raise our children. Pick an house, that's another law. Too much when life, how we're going to live. Once we live, once we learn to live in a good way, we'll be okay. I told you earlier that I learned some writings from various prophets of the Creator. Remember, the Creator didn't doesn't bring us bad feelings or anything. It brings us education and knowledge. And I was reading about Buddha. And he said that we inherit hardships for ourselves. It's inherited, it's a natural thing. But we also know how to deal with it. And Krishna, who was a prophet for the Hinduism, he was a farmer, and he farmed for his people. He farmed for his people, but some people, his own people, got jealous and burnt his crops and his buildings. So that's the hardship he went through. And all his prophets went through hardship. But if you put all their teachings together, you'll be educating yourself. You'll come to learn that, hey, greater was thinking of our people long. Even of our Indian people, before there was any human beings on this earth, the tree spirit, the water spirit, the stone spirit, and they got together and made a plan. And they said, there's people going to be coming behind us. We have to get ready for them. So today we use all these elements. We use the tree spirit to build our lodges, the fire spirit to do our sacrifices. There's so many things there, and the water spirit, and there was four, I forget, those four spirits got together. So they prepared themselves for it. But that was God's work. Those four elements. The Creator was preparing the road for Indian people already at that time, before there was even any human beings on the earth. So Creator, we're told that He had no beginning, and He'll have no ending. So that His creation, human creation, will be in good standing all the time, which will become spiritual and educated. And that's what we're promised to. When the North American becomes properly guided and educated in a spiritual way, they in turn will shed light to all regions of the world. When I thought about that, hey, these people are waking up from different countries are waiting for us to wake up. So that's saying something for you to think about.
Okay, thank you. Drive safe. Have a good night.